Folks, it is about time for us to engage, no, not engage in a bit more murder, to solve a few more of them. And pretty exciting times over on the home frontier. Now that I had a few calls from the property management company clearing up a few suspicious parts of the lease, finally went ahead and finished all of my homework last night that I had to do for that, so all that's left to do is wait for the move-in instructions, get the key and all that. We're pretty much one email away now, and the completion is completely out of my hands. So yesterday we were able to do one full case in the present, and it feels like half or 1/3 of an investigation of my brother's murder in a flashback. And we got to visit Afu's hometown, basically. The factory where his father used to work. Okay, Haunted Furnace is done. Next chapter, whatever this is going to be, where are we going to go next? We've been to Rural Hunan and the industrial core in Wuhan. So where to now? And as this loads, I'm going to quickly reply to something that somebody tagged me on Discord. Cool, just in time. Don't mind if I do auto-deploy. Oh yeah, the reporting is following us. I thought for sure M2 Vol was going to.
抱歉，我对于那封绝笔信的判断太草率，差点误导了大家。
But one seems pretty cool too. She does bounce ideas off of us.
此案无法顺利告破。
是啊，韦小姐反诈和私事那招实在是太妙了。
你的写日记才是帮了大忙，让他露出了破绽。
我们也算是不打不相识了。以后有什么需要帮忙的，尽管说。
眼下就有一件事想请你们帮忙。
Another murder to solve.
补充格致学知识的事。
其实我是想要找
Oh, it's not a murder to solve, then what's the point?
采访。
Unless the interview is what segues us into part 2 of our flashbacks.
希望能借此普及逻辑推理和格致学知识。可惜，我见到大多数自称侦探的人几乎都是骗子。
我家先生可不一样，他是如假包换的真侦探。
所以呀，我很期待能把你们的经历写成报道，让更多人知道。
这个。
沈先生不用有压力，给我讲讲你们办过的案子就行。
说起案子，我和先生就是在这艘船上通过一个案子才认识的。
Is it going to be a reunion? Initial meeting with the cute boy flashback then. 2 years ago. What was the brother murder? Was that?
先生，要不还是你来讲吧。
Is he embarrassed? Is it that saucy?
我第一次登上山河号。
Mystic ship in the mist. Gonna get ourselves a boat murder mystery?
大牌啊，得猜心，当证据排面，了然于凶死，这局必赢。
Okay, who's gonna be the murdered one?
我好像
Or are these all gonna be witnesses and suspects?
糊了。
一丈青扈三娘，正本美人去。果然又是小妹赢了。
哎呦，人族牌远点的呀！哎呀，我这说这次触眉头啊，不得了，得吹一吹，聚聚眉。
印族是家里的掌上明珠，不止排运，什么运都是嗲的呀。
一茹，你的运道也蛮好的呀。这局恰好有盏小酒所，让你成了东风。
Is that a sword made of
那你那张
coins?
孤零零的9万啊，咱手里头出不去了呢。
大哥，东风也不是人人都能成的，没本事的，泄了风也要被灌在地上。
莲心啊，瞧瞧你二嫂和你小妹，一个会成东风，一个运道好的不得了。我们俩呀，要小心，不然手中的仇啊，要被2个女人家抢跑呢。
讲什么抢不抢的，该是谁的就是谁的。
大哥，你可以把我的仇拿去，无妨。
你们瞧瞧，引珠多晓得长幼有序呢。
More like placating a sore
难怪
loser.
阿爷生前最疼他。
印珠，你把你的仇让给你大哥，也不能薄了你二嫂和你三哥呀。
我的仇都在这儿，你们要怎么分都行。
打趣你的玩笑话，怎么还当真了呢？
仇不仇有什么重要？这牌都是缺的，只是拿来打发时间。
也是，万字门的牌少了8张。
The 8 character cards are going to be a major clue for this case.
不如玩个别的，让引珠教我们打扑克吧。
我哪里会打什么扑克牌？
引珠，你就别再谦虚了。昨天我帮你收拾行李，看到好几副扑克牌呢。
二嫂，你
Going through her stuff.
怎么，出去见了世面，瞧不上我们这些老菜皮啦？
不是的，
碰圈的温还是抽牌扑克，我都会。小妹，你只管把牌拿来。
打什么西洋牌啊？乌七八糟的东西。吴家人要守本。
What did we learn? Huan Di Wen, 21. For playing cards in China. Popular game was 21. Cool.
阿爷生前也最不惜这些的。
阿爷老古董，你更是旧的像还没出土。
老子，阿爷还没入土，你就急着忤逆他。
Oh, we got some conflict
是
already.
是，大哥讲的对。要我说啊，连马调都不
Tradition
带。
and novelty, maybe?
我乏了，先回房了。引珠，等下你教我打扑克，大哥走他的本，我还是要学的。
边喝茶边听隔壁桌的客人们聊天，可真是有趣的经历。
So 2 years ago,
那是我的
right?
满屋老爷，因此
So
可以
timeline
住小姐。
wise,
他们
I
都是
assume
我
this is
大
after
哥
my
的家人。
brother's murder. That was what, like 3 years ago? Hey, chillin' chum. But loop to you too. I still think that Joseph Iscariot is super suspicious. He's gonna be the Moriarty to our Herlock Sholmes. But where's the cute boy come in? Where's my Afu?
他们的声音太大，打扰到二位了吧？
不，我的意思是，他们每个人都像在说打牌，但实际上
They
有
were
不是。
talking about the game, and they're really
这
talking
叫
about
一个
holding
话
or
里
moving
有
from
话
tradition.
言下之意，弦外之音。
约瑟，你的中文进步很大。
哪里，只是最近我很热衷于体会汉语言的微妙之处，尤其是博大精深的成语。
I think he is kind of an orphan. Well, no, we'll see. Yeah, he is. Because his father used to
我
operate
们
the
的
factory
船
from the previous
行到
chapter,
何处了？
and that father died in an industrial accident.
听船长说前面是龙王庙水域， 过了龙王庙再行1日，就到目的地了。
龙王庙！莲子呀，快到龙王庙了，你怎么不告诉我呀？赶紧让你们罗船长安排人放鞭炮，把备好的祭品也拿出来。
祭品？这蒸汽轮上哪有什么祭品？
There's food. You guys could offer all sorts of
就
stuff.
是鸡肉、鱼肉、猪头什么的呀。上船前我明明同你讲过的。哎呦，你是不晓得龙王庙龙王的厉害呀！
Nah, the ducking into the steel was in the
我说
present
了
day.
没
It was in the
有
past that
别
Afu
再
lost
讲
his
那些
father.
陈词滥调。现在流行格致学。
我同你讲不通啊！
I like how the science versus religion dichotomy is physics is all the rage now. We don't need to do sacrifices. We recognize if you put a ball on a slope, it rolls downhill, converting the potential energy into kinetic energy.
小陈哥，我刚讲的话你听到了吧？你去同船长讲啊！
我吗？哦，
只知道使唤人，你自己怎么不去？
我是要在这里送金刚金宝，全船平安的。
Because Diamond Sutra is the only thing keeping the ship
小
afloat.
子，你见到好酒了吗？
没有啊，还没在这里。
到处都找不到他，不知道又躲哪里喝酒了。你过来搭把手。
来了，灵叔。
Ah, good point, Shun Shun. It's the physics to metaphysics dichotomy.
周，你听说过有关龙王庙水域的传说吗？
我不太清楚。
我在报纸上读到过有关它的报道，说那里曾发生过许多离奇的沉
Oh,
船事件。
that's why he wants the
我们
sutras
的
and the offerings here
邻居
specifically.
似乎就是其中的经历者。
Waters of Longking Temple. Jiangxi province this time? More than 100 ships have disappeared over the past half-century alone. Attributed to the mischief of a turtle spirit associated with the Master Temple. The waters of Longking Temple in the game itself are fictionalized based on these settings. So it's real, but it's not real, wink wink.
你可以代替我了解一下吗？我突然对它产生了浓厚的兴趣。
当然，看来你又嗅到
Keep
了暗
body
中的气息
disposal options available,
心有
Joseph
灵犀
Iscariot.
所见略同。
Maybe Apu is going to be a suspect, much in the same way that Mia Fey was always a suspect at least once a game. The clock on the wall says 2 o'clock. Look at him, he even looks like a villain. Oh, in bringing Brian back to his hometown. So my brother's already dead, and Joseph and I are conveying his corpse on over. What if his corpse ends up being part of this case? Who this? First mate Wu. Oh, it's all Western stuff for Joseph. Now that looks like something at a DLC 3 in Toho Mitsu's Izakaya. I'm pretty sure that was Stargazy Pie specifically. From England. I thought that was innovated by the Bizarre Cooking Competition. The head's peeking out to prove that there was fish. Just goes to show that British cooking is such that if you don't show the fish, you can't tell that it's in there. The cook said to him, "Your brother asking about sacrificial offerings." Like, actually his brother, or like in what we just call people brother so-and-so, sister so-and-so, Auntie Vu. Our family once lost everything, so maybe then. Because it sounded like at the game at the table that they were all related in some way. Our father, when the businessman guy was speaking to the first officer, the first mate, and the women were either their sister or sister-in-law. So yeah, I guess it's not unusual then that they're also... Wait, no, this is a first mate. I didn't recognize him with his cooking getup. Yeah, the first mate's cooking. Apparently running a tight ship includes staffing. Oh, there's a newspaper. Very prescient news article to have on this voyage. I'm going to assume, given umbrella or disc, that the loom is also a turtle. Obituary. Is it gonna be Brian's? No. Wu Aishan. 78, well done. Cool, just history stuff. Does it refer to this news article? Mahjong cards. Never Hanahura. Huh. So a coin version of the tiles? Coin version? Card version? more newspapers. On Joseph. Shanghai International Settlement, huh? Does that mean he's also going to be a Westerner using his authority and position to keep local industry and local suspects and whatnot suppressed for the advancement of Western interests? Kurt. Unless Afu grows up fast in 2 years, I doubt shipmate L is him. No firecrackers on board. We're all gonna get eaten by a giant turtle. Afu is a brilliant engineer and chemist. I bet he could whip up some fireworks. Man, the first mate doesn't just have to do the cooking but delivery too. How much you want to bet that Wu Tan Man is when ends up dead? No, he's gonna be one of the witnesses, and we'll have to like weave the divinations and the superstitions into our argument.
看起来像是电力系
It's
统
just the
故障
lights。turning off, so you don't get attacked by giant metaphysical turtles.
龙王要来了！我阿弥陀佛耶，西地摩诃，我阿弥陀佛耶，西地摩诃，我阿弥陀佛耶。
小娥，餐厅中可有电箱？
有，在油画后面，但这里太黑了，不好找。
Oh, I don't get to wander in the dark in true adventure game style?
沈大哥，电箱在这里。
Oh no, it's gotta be a...
应该是保险丝烧
They're
了。
not obligated to make
那可
circuit
麻烦了。
boxes to puzzles
我早
though.
上听吴大哥说，他刚把最后一个备用换上的呀。
中，何不尝试直接把线路连接起来？
我试试。
沈大哥，要小心啊！把这些保险丝按正负极连接起来，且电线不能交叉，
Without
就
crossing
能
them,
修好
huh?
电箱了。
Okay. So just connect them all without crossing wires. No, it doesn't work like that. Wait. Okay. But I can't cross there because you're in the way. But then I can't go from here to there to there without crossing. How about that if I can't go like that, and if I can't go like that or like that? But I can't cross, so if I go here... No, I think this could work. Like there, like that, like here, like that. I was thinking I had to like connect to this afterwards, but no, that's it.
感谢阿弥陀佛。
吴老爷，你不是应该感谢沈大哥吗？
要的要的，总之无事就好，无事就好。
我就说不会有事的吧。大家放心，山河号是最安全的船了。
And then somebody's murdered. Who's it gonna be? The first mate? One of the sisters is crying out, so the other one's probably... It's either the other sister or the first mate.
眼珠姐，你还好吧？
银珠姑娘，发生什么事了？
Her speech has been taken. It's Ursula the Sea Witch.
父亲，
Right now, never mind.
二嫂他
Oh,
们
what are the sisters?
"杀人啦！"
很遗憾
We're，snooping through luggage
她已
again.
经没有呼吸了，
Is
血
that a
液
cut
还
in
没
her arm
凝结，
too?
刚死亡不久。
小娥，这里发生了命案，麻烦守在门口，别再让人进入。
好的。
It's okay, Wu. This means that a sacrifice has been given. Our voyage will be blessed now.
这究竟是谁干的呀？
想要找出凶手，就必须进行现场调查。仲，你能配合我一下吗？
John.
求之不得。
You okay, man? Sorry about your sis dying. So about the temple. So many things to look at in this room. With a candlestick. We haven't even done the investigation yet. How do you know? Nah, he was down there with us. He's not so fast. So run upstairs in the dark, then run back down in the dark. Is this all going to come down to a split inheritance? See, Dad was really clever when he died. He made it so that all of his money goes to Mom to be her income, and then we don't see any of it until she dies. And then how much we get is based proportionally on how many of our siblings are still alive. So it's like Dad really wanted to set up a murder mystery in which Mom dies first to free up the money, and then we start getting picked off one by one to make the survivors' proportional share bigger. Which makes no sense to me. But of course, an abusive narcissist wouldn't even allow us to benefit from his death, so I guess that's his legacy. So one benefactor dead, and there is a question of who gets what. Is that going to be important? Why they have knickknacks that clearly aren't theirs? Maybe just of the ships? But they didn't have storage for that then. Watson brand cosmetics, huh? Thought I saw. I thought I saw another prompt pop up. I guess I was mistaken. He doesn't want to listen to the bad music. Not till this is repaired, please. A kerosene lamp broken on the ground, a candlestick broken in her chest. You see, it's modernity and tradition again. We can't speak to Joseph Iscariot. He could tell from down here. The various expenses, huh? The suitcase has been pinched onto her sleeve. Sister-in-law. So she's not immediately related by blood to the rest of the family when married into it. That could be the cause for murder then. Perhaps somebody felt that her receiving anything is unjust, and that it should go properly to the children of the deceased father. Yanchu isn't going to be ready to examine her sister-in-law's corpse. Not to mention the lack of training. So first, I see a cut on her arm. Maybe she defended herself first, yeah? A defense wound, and then stabbed. Not left by the deceased? Probably from the kerosene lamp. Is it at an angle? Because my feet are like that right now. which one would assume. We had just seen her. And then off she ran. She was in the dining room and we spoke. No, not her. The other sister was in the dining room. We spoke to her and she ran off upstairs, right? Then the power went out. We solved a puzzle. Lights came back on. Then she screamed at the door. So I'm assuming she ran upstairs to see her. And then a little bit of time passed, not a lot, but not instantaneously either. Autopsy report, corpse is still beautiful. Okay, then the wound. It is a candlestick. Yeah, with a candlestick. Does this have like... Has it got like a long, sharp, pokey bit to plunge the candle onto? Or are they just like using a blunt candlestick with enough force to penetrate a rhinoceros to stab into the chest? What else is left? Body we looked at. Bloodstain we looked at. Feet we looked at. Hair? Anything else besides the hair? No. Bloodstain, cut, chest. Nothing else along the face. All this counts as body. Hands, chest. Oh. Candlestick is separate from chest. There was a spike. That's it. That's all of it.
贝先生，我抓住凶手了。
It's gonna be Afu, isn't it? We haven't seen Afu. It's Afu.
这不是睡在我上铺的小伙子吗？
凶手就是他，阿福。
What's his hand doing? That's not quite a jar. It's got like bits coming out of it. Is his hand stuck? Because there's like residue or powder in there too?
我见到他神色慌张的从二嫂房间跑出来，追过去一看，发现他的手上都是血，就把他扭送过来了。说，人是不是你杀的？
It's gonna be a classic. He saw the door open. He saw her lying there, ran up, hand to her arm immediately, like, oh my goodness, this girl is dead, and then ran outside, and then he was caught, right? Is that how it went, Afu?
不说话，那就是默认了。
I suspect First Mate Wu already. He wasn't there at the time, right? And he's also a beneficiary. Beneficiaries is the deceased, the first mate, the businessman, and the other sister. So who would have reason for killing one sister to inflate their own inheritance?
把他丢到
具体怎么处置，得等罗船长来发落。
良心，那你先去找个绳子来，把这个杀人凶手绑起来。
等一下，
Kinky, but we'll get to tying up Afu
这
later.
个少年应该不是杀害殷夫人的凶手。
啊，他不是凶手？
啊，你这个样子，讲话是要负责任的呢。这个小滑头，印堂狭窄，人中短浅，眉细眼长，目光游离。
I should hope so, but all I see is
奸诈
cuteness.
之辈。
费先生，阿福的手上明明都是血啊，为何说他不是凶手呢？
冲，阿福是凶手的可能性微乎其微，原因想必你也发现了吧？
He's got blood all over his
可
hands,
我
but
还
there's
没能
no
看
blood
到
of the
全部的真
candlestick.
相。
不用谦虚，你的心里肯定已经有答案了。
我尽力。
I mean, the answer in my heart is that he's a cutie.
阿福面色惨白，手上还沾了血，看起来确实像凶手。
But
但事实上，案发现场有一处关键的细节，与这一推论存在矛盾。
I mean, he could have done the stabbing and then touched her arm or touched the floor. There's other sources of blood apart from the wound itself, apart from the candlestick itself. No blood on the column.
能证明阿福不是凶手的证据，正是插在尸体身上的烛台。
沈先生，这个烛台不是凶器吗？怎么反而能证明阿福不是凶手？
若要将烛台上的尖钉刺入人的体内，凶手的手必须握住台柱，没错吧？
You know, this really recontextualizes Clue. Like, I played Clue my entire life. Candlestick is a common weapon, but I've always taken it to be a bludgeon, right? Like, especially if you look at the game piece for the candlestick, it's like a vertical column with a little indent at the top where you just put the candle into to stick on. And I'm pretty sure no candlestick I've seen in real life has like a huge spike on it. But this one does. So Mr. Body totally could have been killed by a stabbing, depending on the type of candlestick.
那样才能使上力。
既然阿福行凶时握着台柱，那为什么阿福的右掌上满是血迹，而台柱却是干净的呢？
也许
Clearly, all the blood was
被他
peeled
擦
off,
掉了。
but not his
良
hand.
心，如果阿福擦掉了台柱上的血迹，就不可能不擦去手上的血。
难道是烛台自己飞起
He
来杀
moved
人
on
吗？
its own to kill her.
死者是被西厂的利器插入心脏杀害的。在这种情况下，血也不会喷射出来，而是从伤口渗出，被衣服吸收。况且，还有蜡蘸的阻隔，凶手可以做到手不沾血。
刚才停过电，如果阿福行凶时正赶上停电，慌乱之下，他不小心碰到了二嫂身上的血。
Yeah, I mean, there's other ways to get the blood on his hand if he was a murderer.
梁醒提出了一个很好的假设。那么，
Please tell me shit.
阿福是不是在停电以前就已经进入案发
Before
现
the
场了呢？
power outage.
我想听听你的答案。
能指明时间的证据，就在大家眼前。
Is it? Evidence indicating the time that Afu entered the crime scene. Maybe it's this. Maybe he came in. He saw the body. And then he dropped this, shattered, screamed, ran out. Fu. I can't open up my characters. I don't remember what his name is. Like, I mean, Fu has Fu in it. And I'm pretty sure the nickname works by taking A and then a syllable of their name, and his name has Fu in it. Okay. Fu for Afu.
能表明阿福进入现场时间的，正是他摔碎在房间中的这盏煤油灯。
And if it wasn't a power outage, why have the
才有
lantern?
使用煤油灯的必要。也就是说，阿福是在停电后才进入现场的。
要是阿福进屋是在停电之后的话，
当时他的右手举着煤油灯，而左手套在一个奇怪的装置中。
We don't know that for sure.
那确实不太方
He
便。
might have shoved his hand in there to calm him down.
那要不是阿福的话，他的手上到底为什么有血呢？再讲，他一个男的跑到女人家的屋里头做什
Ooh,
么？
don't show me off straight. Maybe he wanted to access that cabinet there. It has like
面色
magnets
苍
and
白
things.
浑身战栗，冷汗直冒，这些都是典型的恐惧症状。各位，阿福恐怕是因为艾尔氏综合症一时失语了。至于他手上沾血的原因，殷夫人已经告诉我们了。
叶总，
仲，不如由你来提示一下吴先生吧。
Well, there's a cut on her arm. I'm saying that an instinct could have been to like grab her arm and be like, hey, hey, you're alive. Blocking the frontal attack. Or the bloodstains on the ground. Extending outward, right? He also dropped his stuff, and there's a lens there. Maybe it was the glass. Maybe he was picking stuff up and cut his hand. Except that's a lot of blood and there's no blood over here. I'm going to say it was either he grabbed the arm to like, hey, what the heck is going on here? Or touched blood on the floor.
阿福也许是在不知情的情况下，误碰了死者左臂的伤口。
阿福手上的血迹来源于殷夫人身上，这是毫无疑问的。地上的血痕应该也是他造成的。不过，如果想要说服两位吴先生，还需要更刨根问底一些。
Come on, you're saying it's the correct answer, but the wrong
真
answer.
正要回答的是，阿福去触碰尸体的原因。
At least I didn't actually lose any credibility for that, despite the glowing bar. It's because of the glass shards, right? He touched a body because of the glass shards? The foot position. He tripped in the dark. That's what happened then. He came inside. Maybe he didn't even see the body yet? Because the lantern's directional, right? For whatever reason, he tripped on the foot. I was like, oh my goodness, a body dropped the lantern. And then, in trying to find the lantern, tripped on her foot, fell, and grabbed the arm.
臭，这并不是阿福手上沾血的原因。
Come on, my logic was
再呕
sound.
心沥血地想一想。
Okay, now I lose some credibility. The hairpin on the head. No, he's not a thief.
阿福也许是在不知情的情况下，误碰了死者左臂的伤口。
Oh, that's just the same thing.
不过，因此
It's the same thing for either blood. Okay, is it the glass shards?
阿福的眼镜少了一块镜片，
Ah, it's his
就落在
broken
殷夫人的
lens.
身旁。
恰
It
如
fell
其
out
分的
perfectly
回答
round and left shards
根据
behind
殷
in the
夫人
lens
的
in
尸
the
体所
frame.
呈现的怪异姿势，再结合地上煤油灯的位置，
Strange
镜片的位置
posture.
同时考虑到舱门、舷窗与它们间的位置关系，以及停电后船舱内的光线情况，不难推测出阿福的经历。
If it involves
进入房间后
accidentally kicking
他
her
不是
foot,
被地上的尸体
then I
绊
want
倒
my my credibility
打
back.
碎了煤油灯，摔坏了眼镜。当他蹲下在黑暗中寻找晶片时，他不小心摸到了死者衣物上的血，而鲜血诱发了他的恐惧症。
贝先生的意思是，阿福只是发现了尸体，凶手另有其人。
不错，
不是人啊，是龙王。烛台是自己飞过去的，水底的龙王索命来了。
Okay, if we determine that the candlestick really can move on its own, you'll be the first to know.
在尸体附近存在一个不合理之处，能表明除阿福之外，还有其他人进过现场。
Someone besides Afu. Well, if the candlestick was flying, then who's to say she didn't protect herself against a flying candlestick before it made its way to her heart? But it's because the suitcase snapped shut in her arm, right? Somebody had closed the suitcase on her arm and not that it just fell on its own naturally. Someone else entered the room after the murder. Is it just a suitcase?
现场的不合理之处，就在这个行李箱上。行李箱夹住了殷夫人的衣袖，说明殷夫人遇刺倒地后，曾有人合上了箱子。
啊，此话怎讲？
箱子就摆在殷夫人的手边，合上箱子的人不可能没发现尸体。这人不是阿福，否则他就不会被绊倒了。 也不是殷夫人，否则箱子上会留下血迹。
发现了尸体却无动于衷，肯定就是凶手了。可凶手为什么在作案后要特意合上箱子呢？
我们可否打开箱子调查一下
Abnormality of the suitcase.
不能开，不能开！
Why? Because it's cursed? Because it's associated with the
箱子
corpse?
里藏了什么哟？
So it might be her underwear. It's fine. We're all adults here.
那可怎么办呢？
贝先生、沈先生，别听这个老古董的。查案要紧，开！
I think it's the other sister.
箱中放着几件衣物，一盒首饰，一只荷包，还有一些牌。
Are those the missing cards?
这里有一处压痕，似乎有什么东西被拿
There's
走
a
了。
missing kidney.
难道船上有江盗？
箱中的金银细软还在，不是江盗所为。
中，刚才我们调查房间时，见到过相同形状的物品吗？
桌子上的香水瓶，形状与压痕一致。死者身上有花香，很可能在案发前用过香水，故而未必是凶手所为。
所以，更值得注意的是这张妈吊牌。
A bloody mahjong card at that.
8万，索钞。啊，我们刚才打的马吊牌缺了8张，怎么8万在这里？
他偷牌了呗？
Missing card with blood stains, though, which means blood was still spilled before they even began playing. But all 4 of them were present and alive and not stabbed in the heart. Maybe they were put back after the murder. Maybe they got bloodied during the murder and hastily put away to like clean up the crime scene. Nothing here to look at. Don't mind this.
哎呀，一说这个人也是，打个马吊都要出老千。
不对，这个箱子不是二嫂的，倒像是小妹的。箱子里衣服，还有桌上那瓶香水，
And she has
都是
been
小妹的
known
东
to
西。
snoop into the other sister's luggage once before.
引珠？
小娥，能让尹珠小姐进来一下吗？
贝先生，尹珠姐被这里的景象刺激到了，状况不太好，要不要让她先休息一下？
No.
可以。
Ah, come
正好
on.
阿福也需要休息。我们过一
We're
会儿再
letting the
休息。
murderers compose themselves.
哦，好。不过这房间……
这样吧，我送小妹和阿福回大哥的房间休息。反正今晚大哥要拜龙王的。
哎呀，祭品的问题还没解决呢。
贝先生，那殷夫人要怎么办？
最好能将尸体移去船上温度最低的地方保存，以便后续的尸检。
温度低的地方， 船员室可以吗？
Wow, the crew
好
cabin is
建
that
议。
frozen. We'll just put this corpse with the crew. Do they not have like an icebox in the ship? That's kind of
小
grim.
娥，刚才多亏了你，否则下楼梯的时候，我就把殷夫人摔地上。
沈大哥别客气，我帮忙是应该的。而且殷夫人身辆轻，不费什么力气。沈大哥，你接下来要去哪儿调查？我来带路。
那就有劳小娥了。
Crew cabin entrance. Oh, we have another cute boy follower now, except this one is more the Robin to our Batman. How very eldritch. Bells of the temple? There were bells when we looked at the clock too. It was like 9:30 and there's loud bell noise. Cockpit. My cabin and Joseph's. Cool, more history. Yin and Yins. Wu and Afu stay together. Dining hall. Paper charm. Must be the superstitious Wus. Well, kid, that's what syncretism does. You end up a very busy person. No need for now. Okay. Hanging laundry, good luck with that, chillin' chum. Hopefully find no corpses out there. We have enough murder mysteries on our hands today. Is it? Maybe it's uniquely designed to him, because I'm pretty sure I've seen this in so many movies. Now hear this. We're trying to work out why some, as in lots, consider the Bible to be the standard of truth. the reason they do is because it is the book for those who believe in it. That's basically it. Especially more so for folks who take it in a mistaken literalist sense. Like, if that is a book that defines their whole cosmology and worldview, and they've doubled up to believe every single word in it to be absolutely literal, then how could it not be the absolute truth? That's what goes on in their head. That's basically the whole picture. One, it defines their worldview. So, like, literally the gospel truth, because it is their gospel. And if they're literalist, then it can't be false, because every single letter is true. Therefore, it is the absolute truth. Nothing more complex than that, I don't think. And of course I can't read any of this. He even marks all the different speed changes. 9:30 entered Moon King Temple. Then 40 minutes later the power outage. So, 8:50 full speed. 9:30 slowly advanced, and that's when they enter the temple area too. 10:10 power outage and 10:20 power restored. So they had a 10-minute gap. You're still not satisfied? It's too circular for you? Well, that's just how it is, though. It might be flawed thinking, but if that's what it is, then that's what it is. Obtrusive, a bloodsucker, many enemies. I wouldn't say so much childhood indoctrination alone. There's a certain information ecosystem that they grow up in. Like, take a look at evangelicals in the United States, right? They grow up within a certain local and broad community that reinforces in childhood, in their home, in school, in church, in the local community, in their popular culture, that American is Christian, American's Republican, Republican is Christian, anything else is an enemy of America, so of course, communists are enemies of America, Democrats are enemies of America, if you're not an evangelical Christian, you're an enemy of America, and so all these things go hand in hand in hand. Because it's not just the childhood stuff, but it's everything that they exist in that reinforces these beliefs. It's basically... Now, I'm using a pretty extreme example, but basically there are so many things in the environment that shape and define the reality that somebody lives in. Instantly, no hesitation, his brother. His brother's got the motive to kill. But he was with us in the dining room. I don't think he would have gone up and down in 10 minutes. So a woman cannot be immoral in public or she loses her inheritance. He's got a nephew, huh? See, that's honorable of you, Chilin Chum, but having grown up in that environment, you have to recognize that that was fairly unique for you, while everybody else was more than happy to accept what information was filtering in from their ecosystem in every single corner of it, or if they want the truth, then the most accessible and the most reasonable information available to them were also Mormon sources and whatnot. So even if they try to like do their own independent research, chances are they're going to get information that simply reinforces the same. You were taught to be skeptical, and so you have that little germ in your head from early on. But not everybody is, though. Or if they're skeptical, they're taught to be skeptical towards the other, while they have better trust towards their own. So not everyone has the same training in skepticism or keeping an open mind. For many people, when they say they keep an open mind, when they say they do their independent research, it's independent research towards like Newsmax or Fox or similar. More of a coffee guy. And so we went into sailing instead of going into the family business. Cafe. If you put a couple of dots on either cheek, he kind of looks like that one psychotic soldier in Golden Kamuy to me. The one who once played the role of the Seminole detective. Confused by the perspective or lack thereof others, that's simply how it goes, sadly. People got their different upbringings, they got their different information ecosystems, they're not always trained to question where their knowledge comes from or how they develop it. And so most people are content with what they got when it comes to that. And with the way that reality is shaped, for many, it is difficult, if not impossible, to shake against it. Is there missing crew? Hao Chu gone missing? A coward when drunk, huh? A drunkard and a lecher who offended Yin. What if he drunkenly came up for a bit of lechery, and then was fought off, and in his stupor, stab, and then tried to tidy up, shove some stuff in the suitcase, slam it shut on the sleeve because he's stupid drunk, and then he's gone off hiding. As they say, Chilin Chum, ignorance is bliss. The frogs don't have to stress out their mortality for 80 years before it happens. The simper he had on his face. I have a very good frown that when I'm hanging out with my ex-BF and he says that he's gotta like go or do whatever else, without even looking, he's like, "You're making that face, aren't you?" And then he turns and I'm like, Fact unlocked. Name of the first steamboat developed in China. Cool. Successfully tested in 1865. Dang, 32 miles per hour downstream, 18 miles per hour upstream. And solving this murder is how we got free boat rides on the Shanhe for life. Funny enough, we just had a conversation, Fennec and I, about that phrase, eat my cake and have it too. Because I know what it means, but it's a confusing phrase. Apparently the modern form only really took place like around the early 20th century. Like, you can't have your cake and eat it. Just makes everyone on Earth think, why not? Why can't I have my cake over here, take a slice, eat some cake, share it with others, still have the cake over here? When the typical phrasing was, like, you cannot eat your cake and still have it. Which makes a whole lot more sense. It's just at some point we flipped the order around and made it more confusing than it needs to be. You cannot eat your cake and still possess it because you've eaten it, it's gone. Being the actual intention. And look at the Wikipedia, it's like, well, maybe it's the word have, because have can mean to possess, but also to eat. No, the word have is fine, it's the order. The order is literally the most confusing thing. It's the order that makes us think. We have this nice cake here, we could eat a little bit of it, still have the cake, what's wrong with that? Cabin in the middle. Gave up the cabin to them, so that's why the cabinet in the cabin has a whole bunch of curios in it. So Afu probably went in then to gain access to some of his knickknacks and then found the body. That's why he went in there then. Oh, this is Afu's. Does this mean that with us using the ship throughout the game, we basically moved in with our cute boyfriend? I think this means that Afu was caught fucking the ship and is now literally married to it to make an honest woman out of her. Or that he sees Afu as like a son or a nephew to him or something like that. Oh, it's the turn, we've upset the Loon King! What's fallen down?
船是出礁了吗？糊涂，这江路上哪来的礁石？
I was just gonna say, a reef on a river.
刚刚是不是有什么掉下来了？
Yeah, evidence fell. Let's go
船长
outside.
沈大哥，你们看到了吗？
好像是个人。
出去看看。
It's the drunkard, isn't it? If it is a person,
我同沈先生一起去。
it's gonna be our next suspect.
发现一位船员的尸体，已经
Body of a
40多
crew
时了
member
沈大哥，
dead for some time,
这就是好大
and
哥。
he's got more
怎么会这
cards.
样？
So we got 2 murders then. So the drunk guy, the drunk crew member, was killed with some mahjong cards. There's one bloodied up right over there, and then hid. Is that vomit all over him? Maybe he was murdered by the sister. By accident, maybe? For drunkenly coming on too strongly and then hid? And then at some other point she was murdered? Maybe not the sister, the murdered sister having killed him, but the first mate perhaps. Because he was talking about how this missing drunk lecherous crewmate tried to get comfortable with the sister and then he chased him off. Or did he?
周，先过来检查尸体。
First, he's got some ambergris. I can't examine the ambergris? That's his left hand. So that would have been earlier in the evening. There's a broken bottle he was holding. More bloody cards. Got some bruising on the legs. Liver mortis. So more than 3 hours, and between 4 to 6. No generic body. Yeah, that's puke, alright. I don't know, there's a lot of blood on him. And contusion on the temple area. I would say it was probably more like blunt trauma. Oh. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking that the blood and bruising on the head is after, is before, is not, well, blah. Let me get my words in order. Is from the cause of death. I don't think it was that. Mechanical asphyxia. Suffocation from respiratory impairment to mechanical violence. Also caused by blockage of the airways by various liquids or foreign objects. So he's saying he choked on his own vomit in a drunken stupor. I don't think so. Facial swelling, not there. Conjunctival hemorrhage, we're not that close to talk about conjunctiviting anything. And the lividity isn't exactly a, well, it's more reddish and fading out in his liver mortis. I'm sure they want to seem such. Something happened. I don't think it's unrelated. Raised. I can't talk to these two. We've already investigated the body. Cockpit. We can't go back in. There's more puke up here. The huge amount of wine bottles and things would lead one to believe that he got up here himself and then just fell asleep, puked, choked, died. But that is a red herring. More Watson brand. How much more is there? Several rows. We got so much more knowledge and facts to learn. What is soda? Dutch water. And then Elle dies of poisoning. The taste of happiness, too. Kid, you're too young. Come back to us when you're Athu's age. Okay, nothing else to look at here but the vomit marks. Conversion stories? I guess it is a place to start. Ugh. Drying out vomits. Gonna smell the worst. Well, that's everything up here then. What if he was smacked upside the head really hard? Enough to cause a cranial injury of some kind? Possibly in the fight with the first mate defending his sister? And then this drunk is too drunk to even notice his fatal injury, wanders up to his favorite hiding spot, drinks a bit more, falls asleep, and either chokes at his own vomit, or the head injury takes him, and his body just expels everything in it. Kid for a partner? Only for right now, because this is a flashback to when Athu and I first met. Athu is currently a stranger to us, who is basically the suspect, or a suspect in this case. Whose teddy bear is that? Is that mine or Joseph's? To Joseph's daughter, a likely story. No. Elle here isn't a suspect. Elle is a member of the crew who's helping us out. If you mean in the present day, well, Athu clearly isn't a suspect anymore if this case has been solved in the past. Oh, my brother, isn't it? Yeah. That's us taking our brother home. Nah, we don't suspect Elle. If it turns out that Elle really was the killer, that'd be funny. But we have no reason to suspect him so far. That is part of the coin dagger. What is it doing here? Maybe it was the drunk crewmate, maybe? There's a wine bottle missing, and an extra coin that shouldn't be here. There's even more food here. It was tossing in pork, but I don't think the pork could have that much blood. Maybe it's dye, maybe it's just chemical staining. This is an industrial area too, right? Oh, a thinness porpoise collided. Oh no!
应该就是他导致的，使好久的尸体从船顶摔了下来。
Poor thing.
可怜的江图。
Grim, but poor thing.
小娥，我们走吧。
River dolphins have it rough. Afu looks like he's recovered from his shock, and I know he's gonna do okay because he's got sweets by his side.
沈先生好，小娥姑娘好。
Don't tell me that Afu is going to fall for the rich heiress, and they're corresponding and courting in the present day. She's cute, she's rich, she can provide sweets. But she isn't me. What has she got that I don't?
你该不会一直都说不出话了吧？
Don't mind us, just gonna snoop around. It's a diagram for the thing that his arm was stuck in. That is a penis analyzer. Which word? Which word are you talking about, Chilichum? Apparatuses, microscope. Oh, psyche. Psych is more S-I-K-E for the hat, just kidding. There's paper on the floor. Psych! 5,000 taels of silver are overdue. Which woo? Superstitious woo or first mate woo? This does make money an issue again. People could have been murdered for the sake of speeding up some inheritance for themselves. Oh, yeah. Because I was definitely too much blood for just pork offerings. I was expecting another body to manifest. Hiding in the painting. Pastries. The quickest way to Afu's heart. I wouldn't say murder if it was accidental though, more like manslaughter. Or porpoise slaughter in this case. No, think back on it because we need her statement. Oh, she's holding the apparatus that was around Afu's hand. They finally got that off, whatever that was. He got his hand stuck at his penis pump. Oh, that's what she ran off then, huh? She's acting suspicious herself. Yes, she was. It's nothing. She's holding more food, more mahjong cards. At least her portrait is. Swallow. What is it about cute bottoms and being you have to make them swallow or they won't? Swallow and then speak Afu. It's not that hard. Order of operations.
阿福哥好像有什么话想说呀。
The Miss Wu is clearly trying to silence him by keeping his mouth too occupied. Use sign language, just like Fennec does when he gets nonverbal sometimes. What's with these missing mahjong cards? There's 8 missing, we found 3 so far. One bloodied the suitcase, one covered in alcohol, and the drunk crewman, and then he's got another.
小娥，让我来看看。
Is it in his mouth? He's always got gloves in.
另外，这只镊子辛苦用热水烫一下，再用干
Is
净的
it
布擦干。
not the mouth, but the other end of the tube?
阿福，请张大嘴巴。
I thought he was just eating a lot.
舌骨有轻微的
Dislocation of the hyoid bone. Don't tell me he's going to realign the hyoid
沈大哥，给。
with just his
阿
tweezers.
福，保持现在的姿势。
Oh no.
再
Oh
慢慢把舌
no.
头往外吐。别动。
疼！我可以说话了，先生，你是怎么做到的？太神 神奇啊！
How did he break his own or mislocate his own hyoid?
我都不知道该怎么感谢你了。
不必客气。
刚刚在船舱里，我只觉得天旋地转，一句话也说不出。还好先生帮我解释，否则……小娥，你在笑什么？
没什么啦。
我怎么变成大舌头了？
你刚才是惊吓过度导致的舌骨脱位，故而无法发出声音。
Is that a thing that
现在虽然
happens?
通过外力将舌骨复位了，但肌肉还没有完全恢复。
We got facts and logics now. Or facts and knowledge. Microscope, we know what those are. Hyoid bone dislocation. In the event of a car accident, or being choked too. Being choked can make the hyoid bone displaced. That's okay though, because according to this diagram, the hyoid bone is around here, and normally when I choke, it's like around the middle of the neck. Choking is dangerous. Like if you go just like for a blood choke on the carotids, you could still mess somebody up. But if you just put some pressure, like either at the sides or all around, and lean your body weight into it, then the other person can feel the pressure, and that could be very exciting for them. It could possibly like pinch just enough to cut off a bit of the trachea and make it harder to breathe, while making it less dangerous, so it could be more of a fun choking. It's like a haunted house. Doesn't actually give danger to the person who wants to be spooked, but you could play with their psyche a little bit. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, I don't have to worry about breaking the hyoid, because that's not where I normally go for then. Okay, that's what I was worried about, so no worries.
那怎么办啊？
不必过
Well,
度担心。
Afu, if you need to practice your throat
我小时候
muscles,
有
we
过
got
类似的经
ways.
历，多休息休息就好了。
好的，好的。先生，你需要我参与调查吗？我把我知道的都告诉你。
不急，你先好好休息。
Torture? Who's talking about torture, Chillin' Chum?
若没有通知，不要离开仓房半步。
And it turns out that Miss Wu actually is the murderer. And we're forcing Afu to stay with the murderer. Do we have nothing else to talk about with them? We don't get to talk about that large penis pump that he had his hand stuck in, that Miss Wu's now holding? And I can't talk to him. Oh, there's a lock on that door, I see now. It's locked. Okay, how about back to the dining room then? If the dining hall isn't important enough for the case, then I guess that just leaves
你们来的正是时候
the，crew cabins.
帮忙把好久的尸体也搬到船员室吧。
好的，
I'm still
等一等，这里有点不对劲。
a bit on the double knowledge that one, the crew cabin is the coldest place on the ship, and thus the most appropriate place to put the bodies, and two, there's now 2 bodies in the crew cabin that the crew's got to sleep alongside. Oh, sure, Chillin' Chum. It's an easy way to make something tense and violent.
沈大哥，你别吓我。
尸体有
The
变化
hairpin's missing.
被人动
That's why the hair is messy.
头发
This creepy chanting.
怎么变长了？
She just let her hair down, that's it. Someone stole the hairpin And now the hair's loose. That's all that happened.
薛夫人她该不会还没死吧？难道吴老爷说的是真的？
It was a super expensive
不会是鬼神作
hairpin
祟。
made
究竟
from silver by a
是怎么
master
回事？
smith who used to work at the palace. That's it.
是发簪，
Yes, that's it. Just a
夫
hairpin.
人发簪被人偷走了。
所以她的头发才会散下来，就像是变长了。发簪被谁偷走了吗？
No, it flew out to fly out and stab the next victim.
你说这个发簪啊，有钱都买不着。打造它的银匠可是在宫里当过差的。现在
One of the Misters Wu has a very huge debt, so he might have
那
stolen
个
it.
发簪做工精良，
Would that make him the murderer? I don't
我
know.
贪念。
Probably not.
沈大哥，你说会不会是凶手偷的？
They literally put this body in the crew cabins. One of the crew could have stolen a priceless
很可
hairpin.
能藏有重要线索。小娥，点亮灯，我们得仔细调查一下穿越时盗走发簪的人，也许会在屋内留下痕迹。
Traces in the room. All actions leave traces. She is dead at Chilinchum. This is where he brought the body. She is one such body. And what have I got here? Chillin being that corpse is a cutie. An actual poet in the crew? I wonder whose bunk that could be. What a deadbeat, that Hao Chu. What a layabout, you could say. Lower bunk has so much stuff in it. Is that a map of this particular crewmate's voyages? He's also dead. He's the next corpse over. A locked door and a notebook. (1957). What year does this take place? I thought this was like Lake Qing or something. (1957)? That's not a mistranslation? Travels of Nian. Let me see if that's a thing I could look up. 1903, Lang visited so many places. 1898, he's in San Francisco. If it's a novel, could be writing about the future then. Because the world is huge, boy. Workers are locked inside the engine room and can't come out. Sure, for their safety. More sodas. Oons, 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 oons. Oh, we got soda as payment. That's cute. A gun! Hello, that's pretty fancy looking. Oh, it's a little crafts project. Those are very specifically drawn faces. There's a connection then. The troop, the missing escort ship, the shamed Seamaster, death of tea merchant Wu Aishan. That's the dad, right? The dad of the murdered lady and the suspects. Used to be. Oh. The captain has to sleep in the wheelhouse, poor guy.
沈大哥，发现与盗发簪之人有关的线索了吗？
We haven't even looked at the body yet. Let us wait.
目前没有发现外人进入船员室的迹象，所找到的基本都是船员的生活痕迹。
那会不会是？
这个铃声
We didn't look at the bodies yet.
我也听到过。
沈大哥，这是车中的声音，船长发指令调整船速呢。等铃书操作一下就不响了。
We haven't seen Uncle Ling yet. I guess he's locked in the engine room.
为何迟迟没有人回应？
Uncle Ling is dead.
老林，你在里面吗？请开门。
铃书，开下门，是我，小娥。
情况不对。
No, locked from the
开门进去
inside.
看看。
I thought it was locked from the outside, keeping them trapped within. Dang! Adult Shen kicks the door, nothing. Little child L kicks it, and it flies right in. Even more
沈大哥，救救铃书吧！他流了好多血。
These Mahjong cards really do denote victims or future victims, don't they? When Apu said that he has a card, but it's not with them. He's got livor mortis in his legs. That means what, at least 3 hours?
很遗憾，他已经断气了。
怎么会这样？
The bell did go on for a long time at 9:30 too.
老林尸体的附近出现了第3张马吊牌。这已经是船上发生的第3起命案了。是谁？为什么要连续杀人？好久是最早死亡的，他的身边出现了一张9万。接下来是殷夫人，他身边还是8万。
8, 7. There's 6 more murders.
他的牌是7万。马吊牌似乎在做某种倒计时。
So what's the connection? Miss Wu could have just been for the money. The drunk could have accosted her. This guy has the hairpin, he probably stole it. And then this is his punishment. Dining hall is available through here too. Dining hall and the engine room connect is probably going to be important also. Half ahead.
沈大哥，那个黄色指针是船长想要的速度。
指针指向了微速前进。
操作车中前面的拉手，把它调到同样的位置。
If they wanted slow ahead for this long, we've already passed whatever he needed.
车中就不响了，船的速度也调整好了。
Full astern! No, that's not right. Then full ahead.
刺耳的当当声总算停止了，接下来得好好调查一下现场。
沈先生，怎么麻烦你来调整车钟了？老凌呢？
Look to your right.
船长，林叔他死了。
车中迟迟无人响应，贝先生提醒我下来看看。没想到，唉。
周，现场情况怎么样？
How much you want to bet that Joseph has commissioned whoever this mass murderer is, just to have some entertainment on the voyage?
我也是刚到现场。
那就一起调查吧。
The shipmaster has to sleep in the wheelhouse and now has to do all the work himself. I can't go back in the other room. I haven't looked at those bodies yet. Old Ling being the one who was embroidering a ducky skirt, possibly as an offering for his dead daughter. So let me see. Elle's bunk, this dead guy's bunk, another crewmate's bunk, a dead crewmate's bunk. So there's only one crewmate left that we haven't seen. The wuss. Hey, you wanna look? Not yet. So first things first, he also has a card. Livor Mortis. It's already spreading out. Still flexible. Oh, so it's recent then. Oh, right. That's right. I forgot the heat would quicken it. The deaths couldn't be too close together because she was murdered. We did a small investigation, and then she was brought in here, and then the hairpin would have been used from the next room over to stab him. So I don't know about that. Maybe he did instill the hairpin. Maybe because he has some past connection. He was murdered because he has some tie to the Woos. Maybe his daughter was one who was killed in the previous shipping accident. Martial arts training and not just heavy manual labor. No defense wound. Maybe he trusted the person he was attacked by. Or unwilling. Guilt, maybe? Maybe he was to blame for something and accepted his death? The 9:30 bell ringing, which was the, what is it, the ship telegraph thing saying what speed to change to, went on for a while. And the dining room is right next to the engine room. He could have already been killed by then, and that's why it took a while. I'm going to start... Oh no! The last crewmate is a first mate then. So we've seen everyone. But I'm putting heavier suspicion on the first mate then. Because part of the articles on this guy's wall in his bunk was the T merchant was disgraced, right? Maybe in relation to the prior ship going missing in this area? And so maybe the family fortunes aren't as much as they would have been. First mate boy wanted to go off, sail, enjoy the world, not mess around with the family tea business, but benefit from it all the same. And then disaster happens, and that inheritance becomes smaller. And the inheritance is already being split among different branches of the family between his siblings and in-laws. And so maybe some of the murders are to shrink the amount of beneficiaries, stretching the inheritance thin. Maybe some of it is angry at this guy for being involved in the previous ship disappearance. And the drunkard was messing with his sister or sister-in-law, I forget which, and was probably brutalized for that reason. Maybe manslaughter, maybe intended murder. Maybe he just meant to rough him up, but the guy was drunk and didn't realize he was concussed. Because I'm pretty sure the first victim we found was a sister-in-law, not direct blood relation. So I could see him cutting that branch off the tree for not being direct blood relation, and so more for him without having to kill the sister he loves or the brother he loves. Yeah, but he was contorted too. This guy's not contorted. Man, he's already dead. You don't have to call him flaccid too. All these idioms. Taking notes on how these gears and the transmission wheel and the paddle wheel all work. Valve is fully open, pointer indicates maximum value, so full steam with a steam turbine right now. Would that affect the heat of the room? Oh no, I have to do a steam valve puzzle, don't I? Don't make me do a steam valve puzzle. I don't want to do a steam valve puzzle. I got too much steam valve puzzle PTSD. On evil days, huh? Is it more opium? Caught a strange disease, left for a cure. Oh, that sort of evil days. More that the days befell him that he went to evil means. His relationship with the other crew members is he's joining them in death. Oh, Ella's a girl. Kids tend to be a bit ambiguous, so okay. So he treats Elle like a surrogate daughter then. Given Chill and Chum that there's 6 Mahjong cards left, that leads me to believe that this killer wants 6 more murders to get through. We saw 9, 8, 7. We just need 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So who's left? There's me. There's Afu. There's the captain. There's Joseph. There's a surviving sister. There's a superstitious brother. And the first mate brother. If 6 other people die, then the first mate brother remains alive. as a sole survivor of this ship. Oh, there's L. I wasn't counting L. Did I count? No, I don't think I counted L. I don't think he'd want to kill a kid. So there's 8 people remaining on board. 1 is a child. If I discount the child, then there's just enough surviving people right now to leave 1 remainder. Or maybe Joseph is commissioning these murders, and L is a future intended target, and it's Joseph that gets to survive and go down to Shanghai to take up his commission, while the surviving brother gets a fat inheritance for himself.
Joe，请检查一下自己的口袋。
Is this my card?
我刚在我的口袋里找到了这个。
So Joseph is an intended victim, and so am I.
身上有一张2万。
A 2 of characters.
与死亡顺序之间的。
So I'm gonna be the second to last
你肯
then.
定已经注意到了。
Who's been slipping these into our pockets then?
是凶手的挑衅。拿到牌的每一个人，都将成为他的猎物。
我们接下来该怎么办？
我们不能坐以待毙。罗船长，请立即召集所有人到餐厅集合。
Immediately. First mate's making more work for himself. It's been a few years since I played Sea of Thieves a lot, but it's such a chore when you gotta do the wheel for the anchor all by yourself, on top of everything else.
身边都出现了妈吊牌，分别是9万、8万和7万。刚才我和仲在自己身上分别翻出了2万和3万
So we're
2
3
张
and
妈吊
2.
牌。
6, 5,
这
4
些
unaccounted
牌很可
for is
能
1
是凶手
unaccounted
杀
for.
人的死亡倒计时。我想请各位也找找看，你们身上有没有牌？
怪了，这牌怎么凭空出现在我身上了？6万。
Oh, you're next, Damon.
6万，不就是下一个？
我身上有牌。
L's also a target, and then L after that.
我的牌是4万。
我1万，看顺序是最后一个。
看来丢失的万字门妈吊牌都在这里了。
等等，你们都有牌，怎么就我没有啊？
谁知道那些牌是不是你留下的呢？
First mate Wu is distributing cards in such a way that he doesn't appear to be a victim, but Afu, or he does not appear to be a suspect, but a victim, and blame goes on Afu for not having a card.
老夫身上也没牌，看来这凶手是要折磨老夫，让老夫看着乘客和船员们一个个被杀害。船上的凶手，冤有头，债有主。你若要报仇，冲老夫一个人来就是。
测水棍、催命符，这不是人干的，是将你的龙王索命来了。
龙王？龙王又不争阿爷的遗产，对吧，大哥？
No one's talking about inheritance so far.
你怎么这么狡猾？你是不是被附体了？
大家先平静一下，不存在鬼神作乱，但这艘船上的确发生了一桩连环杀人案。为了各位的安全，请待在餐厅里，不要离开，这也有助于我们找出凶手。
And then each time we come
魏
back
先生，
in, one more
在
person
你
is
找凶手
dead.
之前，我们得先确定你是可信的才行。
船长，贝先生在英国是有名的警探，
现在又要去上海赴任检察官，没人比他更可信了。
良心
Doubt.
贝先生我是了解的，只是
我理解船长的顾虑，这样如何？我组织讨论，退礼的工作交给众来完成。整个晚上，众与我还有吴德曼先生都待在这个餐厅中。
船长，我也能证明沈大哥是好人。
沈先生和贝先生帮我洗清过嫌疑，我也赞成。
那就有劳两位先生了。贝先生、沈先生，你们打算如何找出凶手？
老林和殷夫人遇刺的手法和伤口的情况是一模一样的，这应该是同一个凶手所为。好久的死因虽不同，但身边也发现了马吊牌。在同一凶手连续作案的案件中，时间是最为关键的信息。
Maybe there were only a cluster of intended victims? One with the motive of shrinking the inheritance, one for some past crime. Like maybe Ling was involved in the disappearing ship, and so the family fortune, going down. And there could be other future victims related to that, like maybe the ship master and Elle for being involved in the crew. And so maybe the drunk crewmate was also intended to be a victim, but the way he died makes me think that his was more accidental. If it was the first mate, and that dead crewman got his wounds by being too handsy with the sister and he fought him off.
因此，我们需要确认诸位的不在场证明。
沈大哥，什么叫不在场证明？
任何能证明案发时你们不在现场的证据。
由于殷夫人与老林的死亡时间相对确定，接下来，请诸位分别陈述，在这2个时间段内，你们在何处，做何事，有何人何物作证。我和众会通过大家的陈述来判断诸位是否拥有
Any
不
reason
在
we
场证
couldn't do it? Because we're the player character. We're completely off the
如果有人
suspect
说谎
list because we're the one playing the guy trying to find the guy.
从而会暴露出是谁在
Also,
说
we
谎
have an alibi. At the time of several murders, we were in this dining room solving a fuse box puzzle with witnesses.
诸位最后一次见到殷夫人，正是在这个餐厅中。随后，她独自离开餐厅，回仓房休息。接下来发生了停电事件。停电过程中，阿福被殷夫人的尸体绊倒。最后，电力恢复，尹柱小姐也发现了尸体，尖叫声引来大家的关注。接下来就请各位说一说，从殷夫人离开餐厅到电力恢复这段时间，你们各自的经历。
Didn't Rob would like a word. There was
我同沈先生
there was an
讲过
argument in the previous case that was pretty
停电前
Danganronpa-like.
我见过二嫂一面。打完牌后，我感到胸闷气急，担心哮喘病复发，就赶回屋吃药了。吃完药，二嫂让我教她打扑克，我身体不舒服就没答
So she was
应。
still alive then.
有没有人能为你说的话作证？
Yeah, but she's dead.
有的，阿福来过，他说要从屋里的仪器柜取件工具。阿福走后，药还没起效，我就去船头透气。三哥见过我，他能
Conspiring
作证。
together, I bet.
我在船头
Brother
缓
and
了一
sister.
阵子，才觉得好些。正打算回房时，忽然停电了。
Brother and sister who aren't all too close to the family.
一个人也没有，我太害怕了。
She's been
就去
studying
驾驶室
abroad,
找
he's
三
been
哥
traveling the world.
来电后，三哥送我回房。我们发现二嫂
We? I didn't see him there.
很好，请换下一位。
停电前，我一直在餐厅准备晚餐，直到小娥回来。托大哥的福，我得替小娥去给船长送粥。
I recall him leaving for
见
that,
小
but
妹
who's
在
to say
船
they
头
didn't go down to
就
the
同
edge
她
of
讲
room
了几句
2?
话。到驾驶室后，我又替船长掌了会儿舵，接着就停电了。 我正准备去查看情况，小妹来了，我见她害怕，就先留下陪她了。来电后的事与小妹说的差不多，只是我见到阿福就追了过去。
I do like how this game is kind of Ace Attorney-like in certain ways, especially in like you investigate, you look for clues, and then you make the case. It doesn't seem to follow the same formula chapter by chapter by chapter. There's always something to mix things up a bit. Like the previous one had the facts and logics back and forth combat thing. This one's got the listen to all the alibis one by one
他那副慌张的样子
for the
很
whodunit.
难不让人怀疑吧？
很好，下一位吴先生。
我有什么好说的吧？停电前后我都在餐厅啊，你们两个都晓得的呢。
下一位。
But I was going to say, but the engine was next door. Who's to say he didn't rush next door and kill the old guy? Except the old guy was killed with a hairpin, and the hairpin was still upstairs.
殷夫人什么时候离开的餐厅，我不清楚。
I've only played one Edgeworth game because I don't think the first one came out yet in English, did it?
这期间，小娥来找过我，良心来送过粥。停电后，尹珠姑娘来了，她看起来有些害怕。
Okay, that confirms that.
她一直待在驾
'Cause I
驶
trust
室，
him.
直到电力恢复，良心才送她回房。
再下一位。
停电前，我本在餐厅帮工，后来林叔叫我去轮机室帮忙。
他叫你去帮什么忙？
蒸汽机冷凝器的接头有点松动，他修的时候让我搭把手。
Joint of the condenser, huh?
弄好接头后，林叔让我去找郝大哥，我找了好几个地方，人都不在。后来船长让我去打粥，我就回餐厅了。回
But
餐
you
厅
didn't get
后
the
我一
Kongi.
直与贝先生、沈大哥在一起，再没离开过。
Because the first mate had to do it himself.
换最后一位，阿福。
终于轮到我说了吗？
He's so excitable, I love him.
看来阿福哥的舌头还没好利索呢。
Second one, alright, I had it
大
backwards
家
then.
是不是听不懂我的证词？
你且慢慢讲，我会细细听。
停电前，我正在调试我的新发明
Vacuum
真
glove
空手套
box.
箱。
See, it's a big penis pump.
我需要游标卡尺，但它在殷夫人的房里，我就去取了。我记得当时，殷夫人拿着一副扑克牌在笑，尹珠姐的脸色不太好。拿到卡尺后，我就回屋继续调试了，没想到突然停电，害得我操作失误，手卡在箱子里，我只好再去那个房间找工具。
你是立刻就出门了吗？还是在屋里又待了一阵？
Would be nice if when I press R to go up, it goes straight to. It kind of does if you're quick and the thing is still up. But like if you're not quick, you just press R to go to the glossary. If it drops down to the latest unseen a new one.
算是立刻吧，手边正好有盏煤油灯，我提上它就出门了。走出门时，我
The
看见一个
figure
人
running
影从那
from
间
that
屋里
room
出来
toward the，
朝
bow.
前跑了。
你有没有看清那人是谁？
I'm starting to think it's two murderers now. The sister, the surviving sister, and the first mate. Sister kills sister, then first mate does a few other murders.
雾太大，没看清，只能确定是人影。当时我没多想，就进了屋。再往后的事你们都知道了。
很好。
Because we know that the sisters were
刚刚
talking
各位
together.
的证言都十分详细。接下来就交给众了。
And the captain confirms that the first mate was with them.
两位先生，怎么老
For
夫
a
停
little
下来
bit.，
人人都有你们说的不在场证明啊？
不，前5个人中，有1人的证言与阿福的证言存在矛盾。
First 5 testimonies. So from the first mate to L. Already we're trusting Afu.
我乔氏发明需要一个游标卡尺，
It
但
was
他在
included in
殷
the
夫人
first
的
five.
房里，我就去取了。我记得当时殷夫人拿着一副扑克牌在笑，尹珠姐的脸色不太好。
Madam Ian smiling, holding poker. Yinchu unhappy. What prefronted wit? We don't have evidence on that, do we? Oh, there we go. We compare the other testimonies. So it is their 5, these first 5, compared against Afu's.
拿到卡尺，我立刻出门，想再去殷夫人房间取个工
One
具
from，Madam Ian's
却
room.
看见一个人影从那屋出来。当时我没多想，就进了屋。再往后的事你们都知道了。
So it could be the shadowy figure. Went to the bow of the ship for some air. Saw Lang Xin bring the shipmaster Kongi. Was about to go back, but the power was out. No one was around, so went to the cockpit. Power out, she's at the bow of the ship, no one around. Shadowy figure, from the room, run towards the bow.
阿福的证言与影珠姑娘的证言之间存在矛盾。
我吗？
So who's the liar?
还是说
Cute, sweet
是我弄
Afu that
错了
survives to the present.
停电发生时，阿福看见一个人
Or
影
Yin
从殷夫人的房间出来，跑
Yin
向
Chu
船头的方向。而当时，影珠姑娘就在船头，却没有见到任何人。
可能是天太黑，雾又很大，我才没看见。
船甲板是木质的，如果有人跑向船头，应该会有明显的脚步声。银珠小姐可曾听到？
可能
Maybe.
是这样吧。
小妹啊，你这话讲的有点心虚呢。
Case closed. Even Tayman could see it.
我当时太害怕了，没太注意。
两位先生，我知道是怎么回事了。
说说看。
啊？其实还有一个细节，我刚
Oh,
才
we
忘
forgot
讲
a
了。
detail.
我看到那个人影从殷夫人房间出来后，又开门进了另一个房
Went
间。
into the cockpit. That is when she showed up, saying, "I'm
凶手躲进了
scared."
贝先生的房间里，所以尹珠姐才没看到。
Oh, there was a missing bottle.
你不是发现有人闯进屋偷东西吗？会不会就是凶手干的？
有这个可能。不过，房间里只少了一瓶红酒，不知道凶手为何要偷酒。
What if the cards are a ruse and were planted to hide the true nature of the crime? And it was actually the drunk who came in to get handsy, was beaten off, and then he quickly went into my room, stole some wine because he's a super drunkard, brought it with him as he went upstairs, and fell asleep to die of his injuries. I'm putting that in the maybe pile.
暂时得不出结论也没关系。我们先进行第2阶段的询问。朱伟最后一次见到老林，也是在这个餐厅中。不久前，众发现他被人刺死在轮机室内。杀害他的凶器正是殷夫人头上的发簪。考虑到调查殷夫人的命案现场时，发簪还没有被偷走。初步判断老林的死亡时间在殷夫人遇害后不久。 接下来就请诸位说一说李凯因夫人死亡现场之后的经历。
Group testimony.
那件事之后，3哥送阿福回房休息，我也一同去了。
Also, gotta say that because I don't trust Joseph at all, I don't trust his literal J. Iscariot. I haven't failed to notice that he is leading this discussion. Like, not just moderating it, but also bringing us to what thoughts we want to have in our heads.
阿福状态不是很好，我给他拿了些糕点，又帮他将手上的血擦干
The
净了。
X's in his eyes.
之后，我又花了不少时间帮阿福解开了手上的箱子。刚解开没多久，沈先生和小娥就来了。沈先生走后，我和阿福一直待在屋里，直到罗船长叫大家来餐厅。
很好，请换下一位。我把尹柱和阿福送回房间休息后，就回驾驶室向船长汇报情况。沈先生和小娥来调查时，船撞上了江豚，我们看见好酒掉了下来。船长出去查看情况，留下我顶他的班。之后
Leaving him all alone for a while.
那一个人在船长室里面那么长时间。
We never went back into the cockpit. It just said, "Oh, he's currently in there. It's
你没
fine."
能和船一起翻到水里去喂你的龙王，不就是最好的证明？
He hit a dolphin. Wait, no, that was while all of us were in the cockpit. I can't blame him on that. Man.
呸！船上不能讲那个字啊，不吉利，不吉利的都。
哪个字？翻字吗？
他怎么又讲了呢？快说呸！不然要皱眉头的。
够了，乌德曼先生，轮到你睁眼了。
二位大人，我就不用说了吧？
怎么？难不成你心虚了？
心虚？
I suspect he was in my room at some point because a piece of his coin sword was found in my room.
从屋里出来之后，我可一直在甲板上诵经，保全船平
And
安。
where'd you get the pork? Where'd you get the ears and
大哥
snout?
的良苦用心，全船人都看在眼里，唯独良心你不能理解呀。
够了，下一位。
你们调查殷夫人之死时，老夫一直在掌舵。好久尸体掉下来后，老夫觉出事情危急，就让良心替了班。沈先生和贝先生检查好
With the
久的
apartment
仪
being
器时，
finalized,
老
we'll
夫
talk
就
about
在
like
一
what we're gonna
旁。
get for it. Rice cooker, of course, but he wants a Keurig.
之后，贝先生问了许多与好酒有关的问题，就让老夫带他去驾驶室看看。我们发现车中迟迟没有应答，便与贝先生一同去了轮机室。
That was a
赶
while
到时，
before that happened.
沈先生和小娥已经先到了。
很好，请换下一位。
Also, why doesn't Joseph get to present his
我一直跟
alibis?
沈大哥在一起，我们几乎把整艘船都跑了一遍。
换最后一位。
从命案现场出来后，我就一直在屋里休息。
Glasses, utensils, cookery.
门外很安静的，我头很晕，很想睡觉，可偏偏一直有个嗡嗡的念经声。
Reciting
虽
scriptures.
然声音不大，但吵得人
That
心烦。
confirms
好在有尹朱姐到我，
that confirms one
她给
brother.
我拿了好吃的，还帮我 解开了真空手套枪，然后先生就来了，治好了我的舌头，还叮嘱我们不要出门。
很好。现在，每个人都提供了新的证言。
沈先生，这次的证言可有问题？并不是所有人都毫无保留地说出了全部经历。
Yeah, where'd you
有一个
get
人
the
的描述
pork?
与我调查时所见的情况并不一致。
I have to confront someone. Who's that? Do I get to choose who's someone? Someone's statement doesn't mesh with my own super trustworthy eyewitness testimony. Okay. Resting in Apu's room, wasn't feeling well, took care of him. Okay, that seems to mesh. Help Yinshu and Apu settled down, went to the cockpit. El and I came, saw the body fall. Shipmaster went out, stayed at the helm. That's true. Ever since I left the room and reciting scriptures, okay, maybe this is the one that I have to press on. Cause yeah, everyone saw him and heard him reciting sutras on the deck. But he wasn't there the entire time. He had to get the fuda, he had to get the pork, and the pig ears and the pig snout. And I found one of his coins in my room. That means at some point he was in my room. If it wasn't during the power outage, when he was in the dining hall with us, then it was then that he was snooping around. Thieving. Man, I love this man. At the helm, discovered the body, went into the situation about the ship, with Joseph, that's true. Helped Mr. Shanth investigations. Went to every place on the ship. False! We didn't go back to the dining room. Resting inside the room, felt dizzy, want to sleep, super quiet except for the chanting, so annoying. Yinshu took care of him, take the vacuum glove off, then fix the tongue not to go outside, it's his.
没有说出全部经历的人是你，德满兄。
吴老爷，你
I
说
could
你一
even
直
say
在
that there's
甲板
like
上
a
祈福
loose string on his dagger in his character art.
我跟沈大哥去驾驶室调查之前，可没在甲板上见到你哦。
向龙王
See?
祈福
It's
要
even
做
missing
很多
one of them
作为的
now.
呢
I don't think it was always like that. I think that's
八方
new.
龙王要的祭祀物品各不相同啊！哎呀，跟你们讲也讲不通的呢。我在船甲板上忙这忙那的，可能刚好和你们错过了吧。
如果吴德满一直在甲板上，这件物品的出现是怎么回事呢？
The appearance of this item. The coin with a string.
德满兄可曾发现，你的剑上少了一枚铜钱？
哎呦，还真是！吴团少了枚铜钱，怕是他为我挡了一灾。
正巧，少的那枚铜钱被
And
我
the
捡到
coin is
了，
back on his dagger, you
现
can
在完
see.
璧归赵。
多谢啊！
更巧的是，它是在我的舱室中捡到的。
Planted by Joseph.
德满兄，这该作何解释？
And now it's missing again.
大哥，阿福亲眼看见凶手进入沈先生的房间，该不会就是你吧？
Oh no, it's flipping the side, and so the place is missing from. Okay, they pay attention to that.
我没记错的话，调查殷夫人房间时，这枚铜钱还在你的剑上。
The coin was still there, so it wasn't during the murder. It was after. So he can't be the one
我暂时不认为你是阿福所见
that
到的
Apu
那个人。
found that Apu saw running
不
in.
过，偷进我房间这件事，我需要一个合理的解释。
I'm 100% certain that when Apu saw somebody rushing from the crime scene into a room up ahead, he didn't see him run into our room. He saw him run into the cabin, into the wheelhouse. Which is when Yinchu showed up being like, I'm scared, could you escort me back, please?
殷柔出事后，我确实去过沈先生房间，
After the incident, so not for the murder.
我还不是为了各位的安全吗？青天观的道长说了，要想孝敬龙王，得准备6袋足金刀头。可是船上也没有那么多刀头啊，我能怎么办？只好混些顺风
He took
顺
my
水
pig ears!
我又怕龙王怪罪，想再补上一瓶好酒，正好看到你们乌有，
Yeah.
我就
I figured the wine bottle wasn't seen among the sodas and wines up on top of the ship.
祭祀龙王爷的得是上好的陈酿，这洋酒啊，
So I knew it wasn't the drunkard.
这些贡品现在在什么地方？
At the bottom of the
我
river.
把它们分装成3阴3阳6袋，然后一袋一袋的抛到水里了呢。
什么？你把我囤的猪蹄和猪耳朵全都扔水里去了？
还有我的波尔多红酒。
我本来是要同你们讲的，但你们忙嘛。
But the debt you're in already, you can't afford
多
it.
少钱呢？我会出的呢。
这次吴德满应该说的是真话。他往水里扔祭品，我也确实看到了。
一代镇魔君，一代小贼长。
It even bounces on the rail a little.
各位莫怪，莫怪，莫怪。这些足金刀头，还有顺风冲嘴，都是孝敬你们的。你们若收了，就请消了这水里的血光吧。
And instead, the water turned red with blood.
如果这次吴德满说的是真话，那此前另一个人的证言中就存在矛盾了。
Okay, if you said the truth, there's a contradiction in the statement. One temperature says cabin, was to borrow wine to offer to the Moon King. But of the wine of our offerings is 6 bags. We only saw 2 thrown though. We could have just seen like the tail end of it. Think Thea and I could be sharing a home again? Okay, contradiction in the statement. With whose? Went to Shen's cabin to borrow wine for the Loon King, divided the wine and other offerings in 6 bags, threw them into water one at a time. What does that contradict? Remained in the room after that. Stayed at the helm. Checked the situation at the bow of the ship. After that was with Joseph. Went to every place on the ship. Resting inside the room. Dizzy, want to sleep. Super quiet. Except for someone who kept reciting scripture so annoying. That's the only part that really mentions him, though. Is that he was reciting scripture so annoying. Was that before or after, though? I'm pretty sure for the most part, we only saw, like, the one Fuda on the back of the ship, and then other investigations, and then after everything else, then there were more papers all over the place, and he was throwing stuff out. That's the only one I see that both mentions him and could be a contradiction. Alright. Music stops as the right option.
你在房间休息时，出门外的诵经声，还听到过什么声音吗？
啊？没有了。
Nothing else. Did he fall asleep at any point?
光那个念经声就够让我头大了。
确定没有？
He was too dizzy to be a reliable witness.
如果你如此在意门外的声音，就不应该注意不到吴先生将祭品一袋袋抛入水的声音，以及他抛祭品前的喊话声。
He didn't hear them. I mean, they had weight. They didn't exactly blow in the wind, so they had stuff in them.
有道理。可是先生说的那些声音，我确
He
实
heard
没
soft
听到。
chanting, but not loud shouting and
阿福
splashing.
哥，怎么会这样呢？
当时我可能是睡过去了吧。
Did you? Did he fall asleep?
应该是晕血后的昏迷。阿福，你在昏迷状态下的睁眼不会被采纳。不过，这条信息本身却非常关键。周，你明白这意味着什么吧？
如果阿福当时处于昏睡中，意味着有一个人在殷夫人和老林遇害的时段里，
都无法提供确切的不在场证明。
If he's been asleep, then the one without the alibi. Is this going to be a Peg the murderer thing? If we're finding the one without the alibi, because it's her then. She was at the bow of the ship after last being seen with the victim, the first victim. So she could have just as easily murdered her sister-in-law, ran out, then gone inside, been like, I'm scared, please escort me back, and then found the body. And then after Afu goes to sleep, goes out to murder again. Is there a joke option? There is a joke option! We have to go with the Loon King.
那个人就是你，德满兄拜的龙王。
龙王。
Yeah, it turns out he was correct. And it's gonna come for us all, one by one by one.
你不会是在开玩笑吧？
周，这个观点妙趣横生，说说看。
从一开始，我们都以为凶手必定在我们之间，但从现场情况来看，在座的各位都不具备作案的可能性。谢洛克说过，
Therefore, it can only
排除
be.
掉一切不可能，剩下的无论多么荒诞，
Yeah,
都是真相。
Eric, that's the simplest answer. It fits Oxum's razor too.
果然是龙王发怒了。
We have no pork, we have no fireworks, we're all gonna die.
龙王已死。
什么？
本案的第3名受害者正是龙王。
你说好久啊？
好久确实噎死，与本案无关。今晚有一名一直被我们忽略的受害者。
船上难道还藏着老夫都不知道的人？
The
说
porpoise.
的难道是江豚？
正是。
我晓得了，也是因为我供奉的顺风风水。那龙王元神出窍，享受供品，真是无暇自顾。
You saved us, Taeman. You saved us all.
可怜的江豚，不，龙王，他嘴都撞歪了。
撞，石破天惊。这不会是你真正的结论吧？
这便是我能想到
Yeah,
的
that makes sense.
最合理的结论。
We've crossed off every impossibility. This is the only thing that remains.
既然龙王死了，哦，呸！去了！我得去船头诵经，给龙王超度，保全船平安。
It turns out gods are so easy to
幸
kill.
好有吴老爷保护了我们，我去送吴老爷超度吧。
Joseph is so disappointed.
既然如此，让我们先袖手旁观吧。
Pacifying the Loon King ending. Died during the ritual? Oh. And it's the same MO. It's a piercing through the heart. Well, that means then the Loon King still lived. We didn't finish the job. Okay. The actual one without the alibi was a surviving
都无法
sister.
提供确切的。
I still felt as if he was involved, but I guess Lin Chu's just been super speedy on her feet.
在2个关键时间段内，都无法提供确切不在场证明的人，就是你。
Oh, right, gotta re-enable the auto.
影珠姑娘，
允珠人，
沈先生，你们是不是弄错了？
我小妹怎么可能是凶手？
如果当时阿福在昏迷，就意味着他不能为影珠姑娘提供不在场证明。而在殷夫人遇害的时间段中，影珠姑
Dang,
娘
it's
说
almost 3 hours already, just shot right through our 2-hour break time.
除去偶遇梁清兄的那段时间外，也无人能证明。
难道其他人就都清清白白了？
Define innocent. See, he's involved.
请说一说。
I'm sure that he's
如何得出
conspiring
这个
with
结
her.
论的？
考虑到凶手作案习惯的一致性，尤其是接连出现的马吊牌，我们可以确定，是同一个凶手连续作案。
Major premise,
通过确
same
认不在
murder.
场证明，我们可以排
Method
除一部分人
elimination
的嫌
basis
疑。
alibi.
好久案，不确定是否他杀，
Unable
加
to
之时间较久
eliminate anyone.
暂时无法排除任何人。殷夫人被烛台刺杀，发生在殷夫人离开餐厅至停电后阿福进入房间这一时间段内，可以排除吴德满、约瑟、沈仲平3人全程都在餐厅内。阿福则由于晕血等原因，已经被证明不是凶手。老林被发簪刺杀，发生在殷夫人尸体被转移
All the
至我和小娥
movements.
进入轮机室这一时段内，可以排除全程和我在一起的小娥，几乎全程在开船的吴良心，以及半程与良心在一起，半程与约瑟在一起的罗船长。唯一无法排除的是影珠。
引珠，
His sword keeps breaking and
不会是被
fixing and
水底
breaking
里
and fixing.
龙王给附体了吧？
不是我，我真的一直在仓房里。刚才你们说的那
是是
落水的声音，我
Yeah, you're saying that after we talked about it a
银
ton.
珠小姐，我必须要提醒一下，听到过祭品落水声，并不能证明你在房间里，因为那个声音也可以在房间外听到。 不必过度紧张，你可以再仔细回忆一下经历过的人、事、物，看看什么能作为你的不在场证明。现在，请你更详细的陈述停电前后的经历。
So we're not proving her guilty yet. We just get more details.
打完牌后，我感到胸闷气急，担心哮喘病复发，就匆忙赶回屋吃药了。没多久，二嫂也回
And
来
she
了。
admits to being in the room, the last one to see her
中午
alive.
中午身体不舒服，就没答应。我们正说着话，阿福来了，说要取一件工具。
据阿福说，当时你的脸色不太好，是怎么回事？
因为二嫂她私自乱翻我的箱子，弄得我有点不开心。
理解，请继续。
阿福走后，我也就离开了房间，去船头透气了。我遇到了三哥，给船长送食盒。三哥同我讲了几句话。我在船头缓了一阵，觉得好些了。正打算回房时，忽然停电了。我一个人很害怕，就想去驾驶室找三哥。
银珠小姐，在你从船头走去驾驶室的路上，确定没遇到任何人？
How could she mute herself?
我没注意，当时周围很黑，一点光亮都没有。我脑子也已经乱了，只想快点见到三哥。好在他和船长都在驾驶室。
影珠姑娘的描述与现场发现的某件证物之间
This piece
似
of
乎存在矛盾。
Don't leave me in the dark, man. Which piece of evidence should I be focusing
二
on?
嫂让我教他玩扑克，我发现他乱翻我箱子，有点不。
Okay, what evidences do I have? Ad for a magic show, Lyceum Theater. Broken kerosene lamp we've used. Autopsy report. Has a hairpin. No livor mortis. Unnatural incline, glass from the body. Blood stains on the ground. Defense wound. Wax bowl covering the wound. No blood on the column. Sharp instrument piercing heart. Madame Yin's Mahjong card was the 8. Sierra murdered second, if we believe the ordering of the cards. Navigation log. 850 full speed, 930 slow advance. 1010 power outage. So 9:30 is about when she left the dining room. So 40 minutes between the slow advance and the power outage. Magic Troops Financial Crisis. Death of the tea merchant Wu Aishan. Okay, so probably unrelated. Missing escort case. Ad for Magician Julia. You're not the magician Julia, are you? Wen Chu. In a wig, you've also got cards. She's also got cards. And Julia is also in the picture of the financial crisis for the magic troupe. So she could have murdered for money. Maybe that's why she wanted the money and the inheritance. Maybe it's a navigation log. It's got timestamps.
我们正说着话，阿福来了，说要取一件工具。
Let's get on the ground.
阿福走后，我去船头透气，遇到了三哥给船长送食盒，同他说了几句话。
Maybe I have to pull out the navigation log and be like, when exactly was this? That can't be right because this happened at this time.
打算回房时，忽然停电了。我一个人很害怕，就想去驾驶室找三哥。船头去驾驶室的路上很黑，一点光亮都没有。 没注意有没有其他人。
Without a single spark of light. No, that's it then. The single spark of light. What about this? That Afu had with him when he came out, when he saw the other person. If she was at the bow of the ship and she was turning around to go to the cockpit, she would have seen his still unbroken kerosene lamp.
影珠姑娘，你确定周围是全黑的，
确定的。
一点光亮都不曾见到？
是，一点光亮都没有。
但这是不合理的。阿福当时正提着煤油灯
What if
站
the
在甲
property
板上，
manager sent me?
你又面对着他，怎么可能一点光都看不到？
Can't see my phone.
是，
Just showing
我真的
XML
没看
data.
到光。
贝先生，沈先生，我小妹从小就怕黑，当时她如果真的看到了光，肯定不会那么害怕。有没有可能，小妹进驾驶室的时间和阿福出来的时间正好错开了？
无论是阿福还是影珠姑娘，都是在停电后马上改变了行动。
算是立刻吧，手边正好有盏煤油灯。
And of course, turning around and going inside a room takes the exact same amount of time as getting out of your chair, grabbing your kerosene lamp,
去驾驶室找三哥。
turning around, leaving the room.
但两个人总不可能是完全同时的吧？
良心，少许的时间差不妨碍众的推论成立，因
I
为
think
人
it
眼在黑暗
does.
中对光是异常敏感的。
Maybe he took a minute
尽管大
longer.
雾，天上的月亮和星星都被云层遮蔽。停电后，甲板上一片漆黑，阿福的煤油灯是唯一的光源。这种情况下，即使灯在屋内，尹珠小姐也会注意到窗户里透出的光才对。
那就是阿福在撒谎啊！
我相信尹珠姐不会骗人。
He's covering
我
for
说
her.
的也都是真的。
It's not just the sister, it's not just Yinchu,
阿福说他
but the
举着
first
煤
mate
油
is
灯出来
also
看到一个人走出
conspiring
英夫人
with
的
her, I
房间
think.
向船头跑去。而影珠姑娘说，她去驾驶室的路上没见到任何人，也没看到一点光。有没有可能，两个人说的这部分话都是真话呢？
Obviously, Apu saw Yinchu.
如果阿福看到的人是影珠姑娘，而影珠不是从船头，而是从殷夫人的房间去的驾驶室，当时她背对着阿福，自然看不到光。影珠姑娘，停电之后，你并不是从船头去往驾驶室，而是从殷夫人的房间，所以你才没有注意到身后的煤油灯光。
我
在船头
You
见
got
过
no
两次以后
excuses.
有较长的一段时间，你并没有不在场证明。你谎称继续待在船头，实际上再次返回了舱室。殷夫人极有可能就是在这段时间里被你杀害的。
Okay, so the pretty rich girl's not going to steal my Afu away
不
from
是
me.
这样的。
沈先生，阿福不是说看到凶手进了你们的房间吗？
No.
小妹可是来船长室了呀。
He said that he saw her disappear into a room up
阿福
ahead.
根本分不清引珠进了哪间房。
是这样的。
闯入我们房间盗走红酒的人是令兄吴先生，而那是殷夫人案发后的事了。除此之外，并没有发现第二个人闯入的痕迹。
就算阿福看到的人是小妹，也不意味着他就是凶手吧？
有没有可能，小妹只是回了趟屋而已？
Yeah, with you. She needed you to escort her to the room in the dark.
她回屋必然会。
Would have seen Afu. Discover the murderer? Who's to say? But she would have seen Afu. If she went back to the room first.
如果影珠不是凶手，他肯定已经看到阿福了。
周，这个说法是子虚乌有的
Does
吧
it? Because he's coming out with his
尹珠是不
light.
是凶手，他有没有看到阿福，这两件事没有关联。
Okay, let me rephrase it then.
容我。如果影珠不是凶手，
So if there was a third person then that Afu saw that she did not, Maybe too dark to see the body, but she would have run into the murderer.
如果尹珠不是凶手，
Really, that's not correct.
难怪尹珠刚进家。尹珠，你若知道他是谁，
周，尹珠，而基于你刚才
One
的
of
分
many
析
possibilities that it should be fine.
如果尹
I
珠
didn't
不
want
是
to
凶手
consider might discover the body because it's
他
dark.
魁梧必
It's
然会
heckin' dark in the dark, and she's afraid of the dark. She's not gonna stand around in the darkness feeling around on the floor for a body. It's dark.
尹珠离开房间后，紧接着阿福就进屋了，而殷夫人已经遇害。
He had a
这
light.
不是凶手，他肯定也已经发现尸体了，为何却没有马上告诉罗船长和梁心你呢？尹珠姑娘，这是怎么回事？
I think my other two options were much stronger. We went in descending order of strength of argument.
我
怎么支支吾吾的？
我不知道该怎么讲了。
福老爷，你别吓唬尹珠姐了。
Which is fine, we got her brother covering for her a bit,
先生，
so it still puts on some heavy suspicion on them both.
你们说他是凶手，他得有动机吧？他为什么要杀害
We
自
got
己
so
二嫂呢
much motive. So much motive and so much murder.
只怕与现场的这件物品有关。
Item left at the crime scene. It's a suitcase. The suitcase doesn't just have... It's got cards, it's got perfume. It's got her effects as a secret magician. And if a woman is seen being immoral or improper in public, she loses her inheritance claims.
这个行李箱是尹珠的，她在离开仓房前
She had a
还
secret
刻意关上了
identity,
箱
which
子
is fine when no one knew it was
可
her.
见箱子中的物品对她而言十分重要。
那么，尹珠在意的是巷子中的什么呢？
And this victim has already... She's already been seen rummaging through her suitcase once before. There's jewelry here. There's other valuables. There's clothes, but I can't really tell the clothes of any importance. But there's also cards. I think it's the cards.
这副扑克牌原本在殷夫人手里，
我记得当时，殷夫人拿着一副扑克牌在笑，尹珠姐的脸色不太好。
Madame Yin just wanted to learn to play some cards, not realizing that she was about to expose her sister-in-law's true identity.
命案发生后却出现在了行李箱中，这应该是尹珠姑娘你放进去的吧？你不希望别人看到这副牌，所以合上了行李箱。
这就有些儿戏了。小妹怎么可能为了一副扑克牌杀人？
我把牌带
Because
过
these
来
simple
了。
cards are financial motive.
牌上有什么特别之处？只要仔细看一看就会发现。
Hat pattern on the back, seen elsewhere before.
我想，这件证物会告诉大家，这副牌真正的用途。
Yeah, it's the pattern. It's the pattern on that card is really tiny. It's the same one.
这副扑克牌与简报上所提及的魔术团颇有联系。
不是的，你不要乱讲。
She's denying it.
报纸上刊登的那个美女魔术师的手上就拿着一副扑克牌。
沈先生怕是没怎么看过西洋魔术表演吧？几乎每个魔术团都有与扑克有关的节目。
周，你需要的证物不仅要与扑克牌相
This
关，
is related specifically. This is the strongest connection I got.
容我再想想。
Nah. We just gotta explain our case.
这件证物会告诉大家，
The true purpose of the cards is the cards. What else have I got? The magic show at the Lyceum Theater. But that's less strong than this one. It talks about the magic troupe. It's got her holding the cards, and then her holding the cards again up there. I gotta go for this newspaper, not this weaker one that just mentions that there's a magic show at the theater. But there's not even a picture of the cards in that one. Okay, there is. But it's also in here. She's literally holding the card. She's literally holding it. You can see the back.
羽旗魔术团的标志。啊，我说怎么感觉眼熟？前段时间我还看过他们一场名叫《心有灵犀》的表演，票很不好买的。
So I got the right answer but the wrong one.
心有灵犀魔术的时候，拿的就是这种牌。
With two perfectly cromulent right ones.
可是，这魔术组织和船上发生的命案又有什么关系呢？
难道魔术组织只是个幌子？实际上
，Jewel thieves
是
hence
江盗。
No，
还真有可能。毕竟除了殷夫人以外，遇害的还有轮机工老林和船员好久。尹珠姐根本没道理杀他们呀。
There could be.
尹珠姑娘的动机。
One was a drunkard and a lech that got too handsy, and the other one had newspaper clippings that could have been that he knew. He also had a clipping on the death of their father, though. The underlying motive. Could it have simply been for the hairpin? Priceless hairpin. Is it really not about the inheritance or about her secret identity, but just trying to get this priceless hairpin from her not blood-related sister-in-law? They're the ones saying pirates, okay? They're the ones going the piracy route.
尹珠姑娘的动机。
It's the clippings with her picture. That's why they had to go too, because they've seen her. This person is very clearly keeping track of Wu family stuff, and that includes that one daughter is a magician.
若要说动机，恐怕还是与钱财有关。
不是的。
Or he's going for the father's death first.
我小妹向来衣食无忧，阿爷临走前还留了一大笔遗产给她。她不可能为了钱财杀人。
如果她有可能会失去这笔遗产呢？
什么意思啊？
尹珠姑娘自己可能的确不太需要钱。
See, this is why I opened with that first newspaper clipping, because it's more prescient than the other one.
这是一份在老林床边找到的简报。魔术团深陷财务危机，沪上之旅恐成绝唱。魔术表演所用之道具鲜有外传。与其魔术团的扑克牌，既然出现在尹珠身边，说明魔术团与他之间存在较为密切的联系。而魔术团又深陷财务危机，急需资金注入。
不是，阿爷生前最不惜这些西洋玩意，吴家的钱怎么能用在洋人的戏法上？尹珠啊，你要好自为之啊！违反家规，可是要被剥夺继承权的呢。
我推测，殷夫人与尹珠之间的冲突，可能源于此。在阿福所见场景中发生的对话，应该不是关于扑克，而是关于遗产。
哼，殷柔还能安什么好心？图小妹那份呗。
Or the other way around.
沈先生，那老林和好景呢？
Or maybe he's saying the truth, and the sister-in-law want to cut out the sister.
我刚才出示的简报是在他床边找到的。他看起来很关注胡家人的动向，而且他也需要钱。
不要再讲了，
也许老林与殷夫人在这件事上存在某种合谋，也许老林单独要挟过尹珠。
我确实见过林叔和尹珠姐单独说话。
至于好久，暂时还不能完全确定他的死因，因此我还没有一个确切的结论。也许是一起
They
被
don't care
利
too
用的
much
意外
about
事
it.
故，也许是一个被灭口的证人。
那我们每个人身上找到的马吊牌又是怎么回事？
A way to remove
其他人和
suspicion.
这件事有没有关系？
现在有了。
我猜，马吊牌只是幌子，目的是营造传说杀人的假象。船上流言四起，人人自危，凶手便更有脱罪的机会。真正的目标，应该只有已经遇害的3人。
周，这个推论有什么依据吗？
遇害者身上的马吊牌都是死后留下的，出现在尸体附近，而其余人的牌都是在身上发现的。
可是，尹珠姐是怎么把那
It
些
turns
牌
out she's a
放到
fabulous
大家身上
magician.
的
She's
呢
got sleight of hands of her
将
own.
牌放到每个人身上，对尹珠姑娘来说，应该不难做到。
啊？难不成小妹学过魔术？
哎，呸呸呸呸！哎，这种不入流的东西，说出来都触眉头。吴家人怎么会跟戏法妖术扯上关系？
It's illusionary as the man. It's not real magic.
船上凶事连连，怕都是那什么魔术团下的咒。
住嘴！早就想讲了，没事大不了的。我是雨欣魔术团的一员，艺名朱莉亚。魔术师莫雨琪
That's why I
是我的
wanted to
男朋友
open with that.
啊
She's got a
朱莉
boyfriend too.
莫雨琪的那个
Oh, you
性
thought
感
that
魔术
Julie
助
was
理。
sexy.
没错，就是你妹妹我。
So they didn't conspire. This is all her, all on her own.
做成那个样子出来丢人现眼。还有，男朋友是怎么回事？没有父母之命，媒妁之言，你就死定终身了。
Boyfriend, not husband. There's no elopement
世界
here.
早就在倡导婚恋自由。
住口！哪里听来的污糟话？
It's all this outsider Western
也
nonsense.
走吧你！
阿爷同我讲过，他送我去读书，就是怕我被困于围墙之内。他讲，我该去见识更广阔的世界。
No, there you go. Just following father's wishes then. So that means she's not, or shouldn't, be denied her
那么
inheritance.
大一笔钱给你，你违反家规，伤风败俗，不守妇道，要剥夺继承权
No,
的
she was following his wishes. He told her to expand
你说的
horizons.
这
She
些
did.
东西根本无法和魔术相提并论。那是我真正喜欢的东西，我的追求，我的事业。我享受灯光，享受舞台，享受观众惊叹的眼神，还有一群志同道合的朋友。为了他们，我愿意付出一切。
This would be really sweet if it didn't involve 3
造
murders.
起家族会议，钱你一文也别想拿到了。
够了，尹珠小姐能否继承家产是吴家内部的事，而今晚，在这个餐厅里，还有一桩连环凶杀案要破。因此，尹珠小姐，你是否愿意将自己的经历坦诚相告？
好。二嫂确
She's
实
still
私
gonna
自
lie.
翻我的箱子，还翻出了扑克牌。我想要回来，她不肯。但话说到一半，她又突然要求我离开。我在船头待了一阵，觉得不妥，就折回去找她，却发
Uh
现
huh.
她死了。
A likely
她手上
story.
攥着我的牌，
Unless the brother
地上
was
也
involved
有。
after all, then.
我怕讲不清，
He did
就收
come
起
in
来了。
with the kongi to
以上就是我
deliver.
能补充的全部，讲过的事情不赘述了。沈先生说的那些事，我一概不知。
The brothers got some tight alibi, though.
你不承认自己是凶手，
人不是我杀的，
周，
And the rest? What about the
虽然
rest?
你的推理能自圆其说， 但目前确实没有明确的证据能证明尹珠小姐是凶手。
Maybe the brother defended her sister? Or did a light bit of stabbing, and then the drunk
可以再请
crewmate
教几件事吗？
was a witness and had to be
等一下
killed? They could ask about all three, right?
有个问题，你始终没有正面回答。你既然发现殷夫人死了，为何不第一时间说呢？
我当时确实被吓到了，一时没想好该如何处理。
初次见到尸体时，你很震惊，却不动声色；第二次跟梁欣同去时，反倒被吓得尖叫。
会因为这种事情尖叫，才是三哥认识的吴隐珠。
尹珠姑娘，可以再请教几件事吗？
So an act for the brother or an act to protect the brother?
停电的那一瞬间，你在做什么？
收牌，关箱子。若不是停电，
Should have already been dead
我
at
不
the
会注意
time.
不到衣角。
尹珠姑娘，可以再请教几件事吗？
你讲，
箱子里的马吊牌，是尹珠姑娘你留下的吗？
如果我回答是，沈先生会如何推理？
这取决于你说的其他内容。所以，这是你的最终回答吗？
沈先生来判断。
Give me a clear yes or no. This isn't the time to playing games. He's got nothing from that.
沈大哥，你要不要考虑先休息一下？
Could use a BRB. Haven't taken my BRB yet.
聊了那么久，是该让二位先生歇一歇。
我同意，劳逸结合。
哎，你们都去休息啊！尹珠再发疯伤人可怎么办？
吴老爷，沈先生说过，尹珠姐不会再伤人了。
要不还是把她先绑起来嘛？
吴德满，你什么意思？
我这也是为了大家的安全嘛。罗船长，你看呢？
We'll tie up everyone but the shipmaster. He can run the
其
ship
实
by
是必要
himself.
的，
随便，
委屈尹珠姑娘了。
And she's gonna end up the fourth murder victim.
那
Mark
也
my
是没办
words.
法的事。
小人。
这江上的雾气一时半刻还散不了。
How about this? This case is clearly not going to be over anytime soon. It's been 3.5 hours almost, so I'm going to grab myself a BRB before we proceed. With, what's this going to be, the second half or the final third of this case? And then we'll continue. But first, this gentleman needs a rest too, so give me a break, Captain. All right, break. Suitably broke. Anchors are down. Taking a small pause from the investigation. Let's get our fourth. You know there's gonna be a fourth murder.
眼下
I
用
just
缺
gonna
人
throw all
手，
my assumption to whack.
怕是得等到天明雾散才能继续行传喽。
无妨，安全要紧。
快到子夜了，你和贝先生先去歇息吧，明天再审也不迟。有良心和小娥看着引珠，不会出问题。
Unless one of them is gonna end up hurt or dead. Can't go in, can't go in. It's locked.
吴老爷，船上真的没有可以做祭品的东西了。
Yeah, now we're gonna go hungry. We got no pork
你们
snouts.
快劝劝吴老爷吧，他又要拿船上的食物喂鱼了。
不知德满兄这是拜的哪路神仙？我跟你们讲，引珠是中邪了才会做出这样的事情来。我得求水底的龙王网开一面啊！
小娥，良心吞了些做仰望星空派用的沙丁鱼，你可以去找他要来给吴先生用。
贝先生，
快去吧。
Now that he's heard our Moon King theory, he's just happy to be involved.
对了，吴先生，引珠小姐的行李箱是需要留存的证物，但箱子里有些钱财，还有引珠的个人物品。
哎，我来处置。
He's fed the idea into him, and now all that is going to be an
那些东
offering
西归
too.
根结底，不都是吴家的吗？
证物方面，需要留下行李箱和扑克牌。
好说好说。
差点忘了，还有放在引珠行李箱里的那张马吊牌，8万。
Is he just now realizing it was an 8 and not a 9? And thus not the
箱子里的
first?
马吊牌是引珠姑娘你留下的吗？
如果我回答是，沈先生会如何推理？
Or is he just realizing that that answer was really shady? And it
Okay.
frustrated him then, it's going to frustrate him
okay.
now.
看来有人陷入了误区。
The
我忽略
brother
了
was conspiring.
行李箱是引珠的，8万不应该出现在那里。但事实如此，为什么？
Yinshu was lying about putting it there. She was careless. Someone else did it. Somebody else.
这张8万夹在扑克牌的中间，他们是一起放入行李箱中的，而其他马吊牌都出现在尸体旁的显眼位置。为什么会出现这种情况？有可能是引珠在收拾扑克牌的时候遇上了停电，
A simple,
无意间将
mundane
马吊连同
explanation.
扑克牌一起收进了行李箱里。
Do you really
在现
think it
场
was
留
by
下马吊牌的
chance?
人不是他，那显然在引珠之前还有人进过房间，那人才是凶手。
约瑟，德满兄，快回餐厅！
这怎么了？
我冤枉引珠了，真凶仍在
The
逍遥
first
法外。
mate and L
走，
are both guarding her, right? So who's going to be knocked
周
out?，
从
She's
逻
still
辑上
alive.
讲，你刚才的分析确实可以排除引珠的嫌疑。
然而，其他所有人的嫌疑也都已经被排除了。从逻辑上讲，现在每一个人都有不是凶手的理由。
肯定有什么地方被我们忽略了。
We have overlooked that Joseph the
来吧，
Spirit is
我
suspicious
和
as
你
hell.
一起再从头过一遍这3件案子。
Co-op
第一
deduction.
位死者，船员好久，
死于驾驶舱顶部，死因醉酒后梗死。
No,
身边有
he
一
was
张
hit on the head.
吊牌，
梗死，可能是意外，也可能是毒杀。下一个，
第2位死者，殷夫人，死于自己舱室中，死因心脏被刺，凶器是烛台。她身边有一张8万的马吊牌。殷夫人的尸体移到船员室后不久，
头上的发簪便被人偷走了，并出现在下一个命案现场。第3位死者，轮机工老林，死于轮机室中，死因
You know
凶器就是发簪。
We can't get old Link's testimony because he's dead. What if he did 2 murders and then killed himself? Having been commissioned by Joseph Iscariot Bell.
他身边有一张7万的马吊牌，两人伤口的位置、凶器刺入的角度基本相同，可以确定是同一人所为。
发簪并不是利器，为什么一定要偷走它并用它杀人呢？
这发簪或许有什么特别之处。
先继续。
除3位死者外，还有6个人也拿到了马吊牌。
吴德满的牌是6万，他可能是凶手的下一个袭击对象。
If we're going back to the theory.
引珠4万，我3万，你2万，良心1万，共计9张牌。
So what links them all? Wu family and crew. And Joseph and I. Everyone except for Afu and the shipmaster. But Afu is considered as much a part of the ship as anyone else though. So it'd be weird that he and the shipmaster are not counted.
等一等，约瑟，有个地方不对。
The order, the amount, or the design? The design looks the same to me all throughout. They appear to be of a similar set. I don't know these cards specifically, but they don't look out of place with each other. The order 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maybe it's the order that's wrong. Because we do have 9 cards for the 9 of us. The amount could probably be a concern if it's too few cards for too few victims, too many victims. The order is the only thing that really sticks out to me.
牌的顺序不对。
是吗？我不这样认为。
Oh, if it doesn't believe so, I guess I'm wrong.
一下，
加上小额5万，引珠4万，我3万，你2万，良心1万，
Yeah.
共计9张牌。
And I count 9 people, 3 by 3.
约瑟，有个地方不对。
Is it the design? Is Joseph's a bit longer, or is he just holding it up higher? Is it actually? I don't have... It looks like his is slightly higher, but I don't think that matters so much. Is it the amount? Because I count 9. Is it the design after all? I can go through all of these without penalty. Is it the amount?
牌的数量有问题。
Yes, it's the amount.
我们刚才打的马吊牌缺了8张，怎么8万在这里？
Oh, they were missing 8 and then 9.
9万啊，咱手里头出不去了呢。
吴家人打牌
So the 9 was available from the start. It was the 8 they were missing.
9万在殷夫人手里，凶手要拿走9万，只能在殷夫人离开后动手。那场停电很可能是为了偷牌而人为制造的。
也就是说，凶手原本只拿走了8张牌，之后又单独拿走了9万。明明可以一次完成的事，为什么要分成2次做？
I don't think it's carelessness or accident. If it's the brother, he would have had time to move around. He was delivering Kongi to the shipmaster. He could have grabbed the card, did the delivery, but partway through, blow out the power, sneak back downstairs, grab the card, do a little murder. Had no choice because we all were there.
也许
出现了不能预见又难以克服的情况，导致凶手不得不这么做。
会是什么情况？
我再想想。
Reconsider.
一次完成的事为什么要分成2次做？
Okay, it was an accident then.
只有一种可能：作案过程中发生了凶手计划之外的事，
比如发现好酒的死。
正是如此。
那凶手为什么不用手里的其他牌，一定要拿9万呢？
Because of the amount. Originally, it wasn't going to be as many victims, but then he added 1, and then he had to collect it to make it all add up again.
也许牌的数量对凶手而言很重要。他预谋杀掉8个人，不想因为意外出现的死者而减少人数。
如果是意外，他完全可以选择不留牌，没必要节外生枝。
Yeah, but they did. They chose to.
凶手宁愿留下破绽，也要冒这个险。
If not the amount, maybe the order. Because they want to make
那凶手
sure.
为什么不用手里的其他牌，一定要拿9万？
I don't think it's so much a character.
顺序，马吊牌对应了死亡顺序，起着倒计时的作用。很可能凶手发现好酒尸体的时候，已经布置好了一部分牌，而好酒的死亡时间明显早于殷夫人，凶手才不得不盗走9万。
I mean, that's just what I was saying about the amount then. Yeah, the order is counting down. But they were counting down from 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But then one more death. So they needed one more to make it 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So in my head, that's the amount.
既然凶手这么
So we're just being
强调
pedantic about this.
反倒说明顺序可能有问题。
好酒是最早死的，这点没有争议。
Or was he?
但殷夫人与老林的死亡时间十分相近，即便尸检也难以判断先后。
是马吊牌告诉我们，老林遇害的时间
Yeah,
在殷夫人
the
之
card
后。
orders say that, but they were planted.
中，不只有马吊牌，别忘了杀害老林的凶器是殷夫人的发簪。
殷夫人殒命时，发簪就戴在头上，你我都看到了。她的尸体被移至船员室后，我才发现发簪被盗了。
Ergo, she had to be murdered
这发
before
簪工
Ling.
艺繁复，恐怕买不到一模一样的。
Impossible to buy one exactly the same.
凶手好像只能在案发后偷走发簪，再杀害老林。
如果这是
The
他
odd
杀人
card
计
is a
划中的
drunk.
一环，为什么不在杀害殷夫人的当下就拿走呢？
这确实反常。
不如再检查一下那根发簪，看看它到底有什么特别之处。
Apart from it being a super special thing that only the craftsman at the palace was able to make.
簪杆的末端比较尖锐，被刻意打磨过，上面还沾着被害人的血。
Okay, how about the swinging pearl? It's swinging right at me. Yeah, you can get the 3D rotation.
流苏链上
Eat your heart out, Nintendo
挂着一颗
DS.
白色的垂珠，看材质是某种玉石。簪头是一朵花的造型，中间镶嵌一块央绿色的翡翠。
Okay. Is it the hollow part in the back? That doesn't feel too important.
有什么发
But
现吗？
apparently it is.
这里与我印象中的某件证物之间，似乎存在矛盾。
This detail and a certain piece of evidence. Is there in fact a missing back? I do have a mouse, but I'm playing entirely by keyboard. I could use my mouse or I could use WASD to move the cursor and arrow keys to rotate. It doesn't show up here. There was something that was bugging him about the valves. But I don't see anything. Autopsy reports? Unique hairpin. I don't think it contradicts this itself. Looks about right to me. Is it on the wrong side? The pearl is on the side that is more flared out. As it is here. Chillum, have you not slept yet? Because I remember you playing EU4 last night when I was going to go to sleep. Mahjong card near the deceased. No defense wounds found. Pearl is hanging off to the side on that one. And then off to this side here. Are they two halves of the same pin? I only see the one half here if it is two halves of the same pin. That's a flower in her hat, so it's not that. And he's had nothing either. Huh. You fell asleep with it open. Oh, okay. I thought you were doing an all-nighter. It looks like they're mirrored. Because here, the flary part is on the left side and so is the pearl. And here, it's on the right side. Is that it?
难道发簪并不是真正的凶器？
不，我仔细比较过，老林身上的伤就是由这只簪子造成的。
容我再想想。
To reconsider.
这里与我印象中的某件证物之间。
How about how it appeared on her head the first time? So I was on the right track, just didn't see.
我没记错的话，殷夫人所戴发簪的流苏垂向右侧的时候，
Yeah.
花蕊的翡翠
See?
是
So
朝前的。
it was that.
但这根发簪正好相反，它不是殷夫人所戴的簪子。
周，这个发现足以颠覆案件的全部推理。
If it was a replica or a different hairpin, Ling wouldn't necessarily have been murdered
关于
second.
案件真相，终有一些重要的发
And
现
at
需要公
9:30,
布。
when the bell was going, it was going for a long while. I haven't forgotten that either.
我们已经确认，影珠姑娘并不是本案真凶。
And like I've said,
抱歉，
the first mate
我的
does
疏
have
忽。
access to both the dining room
我
and
就说嘛，眼珠姐不是
the,
坏人。
the engine room.
什么让沈先生改变了判断？此前，我忽略了一处重要细节：杀死老林的发簪与殷夫人头上的发簪是左右对称的一对，不是同一根。老夫不懂，这能说明什么？这意味着，关于老林死亡时间的判断被推翻了。真正的行凶轨迹有可能是这样的。
Maybe they weren't conspiring together, but maybe the brother was protecting the sister. I'm pretty sure he admitted to having to beat off the drunk guy because he was getting handsy or whatever, because he's not just a drunk but also a lech. That could have contributed to that death, which wasn't foreseen, it just happened. just happened like it didn't beat him up and give him that brain injury. It wasn't planned. But maybe he was doing it to keep her secret. And the sister-in-law had discovered the cards issue, and old Ling was keeping track of the family, and had also apparently pieced together that this magic troupe, and Julia in particular, were tied to the Wu family.
凶手先前往轮机室，用左发簪杀害老林，留下马吊牌7万，然后在客舱中用烛台杀害殷夫人，留下马吊牌8万。最后，等殷夫人的尸体被发现后，再伺机盗走她头上的右发簪，这样就能营造老林死于殷夫人案发后的假象，为自己制造不在场证明。
那郝大哥的死又是怎么回事啊？
He was a drunk led, she got beaten up, and that led to his death,
凶手也始料未及
incidentally.
为了强化错误的死亡顺序，他又盗走了牌桌上的酒罐，放在好酒尸体旁。
想不到这凶手如此狡猾。
沈先生知道凶手是谁了吗？
And I'm certain he was beaten up and not just choked at his own vomit, since the bruising on his head injury was all bloodied because his heart was still pumping blood, and not just pale as if he died first and then fell down.
有机会窃取马吊牌和发簪，并实施杀人计划的，就只有。
Give me a joke answer. What's the joke answer? Loon King again.
那个人就是你，德满兄拜的龙王。
Oh, that's the same one. We're just seeing the same one as last time. Man. I thought it'd be a unique one for the second half. While I'm here, is my death counter? My death counter isn't even up. Whoop. Because it's +1 fail for having gone the Loon King option the first time.
有机会窃取马吊牌和发簪，并实施杀人。
The brother. I thought it was a conspiracy between the two, but I had my doubts about him from the start. It was Joseph all along.
良心兄，你才是真正的凶手。
My health bar is still flashing. Is it not him? Because it makes sense if it's him.
啊，我？难怪今天良心会对我如此不敬的呢。他一定是被什么东西附身了。
口说无凭。
He's not covering for his sister?
发现殷夫人尸体前，你借口给船长送粥，主动离开过餐厅。
Yeah, he had plenty of time. No one else saw him deliver it actually.
才把粥送到的。
船长可以作证的。
沈先生，我让小娥去取粥，过了没多久，良心就送过来了。
Shortly afterwards, could be a long amount of time depending.
指认凶手事关重大，还是应该更谨慎一点。
约瑟，你说的对。
好，那就让我们咸鱼翻身。
Try
再来
again.
一次。
Except I'm all out of health. They escaped. Yeah, because the true culprit is Joseph. So if not the first mate brother who was sending me red flags all
有
throughout
机会
this
窃取
chapter,
马吊。
could it have been Wu Taiman after all? Because it definitely wasn't me. Joseph is highly suspicious, and I would not be surprised if he wasn't whispering sweet honey into ears or commissioning murders on his own for some fun and games in this barbaric land I'm sure that his outside eyes see this as. Can't be Elle, because it turns out she was with us the entire time. Can't be Afu, because he's a cutie. He survives to the present, and he was asleep half the time. Can't be Lo, for the simple reason that he also survives into the present and is on good terms with us. That just leaves Wu Taiman then. Did he have enough time with the power outage to run from the dining room to the engine room and do a little murdering? It feels flimsier because I really think it was Wu the other. Wu the first mate, not Wu the superstitious. But if we're counting her out, and it's obviously not you, or you, or you, or you, and we're not gonna finger you yet, all that remains is him. He was in our room. I'm sure we'll figure it out once he walks us through all this. But if it really is in Langxin, then who else can it be?
凶手就是你，
No.
吴德满。
Really?
你是不是中邪了？你不要看我平时好说话，就胡讲我是凶手啊！
What if it's L?
殷夫人案发
What if
前
it's L
吴先生一
after
直在
all?
餐厅，
I'm
他没有
discounting
机会
L
作案
because L was with us the entire time.
容我再想想。有机会窃取马吊牌和法簪，并实施杀
L
人计
was
划
with
的，
us the entire time.
就只有
L was with us when we spoke to everyone. And so L had the opportunity to give cards to everyone. And whoever it was who murdered Old Ling, he put up no resistance. He was not at all guarded. Because someone who was like a daughter to him plunged a dagger into his heart. Was it actually L then? The true killer hanging with us throughout the investigation, by our side the entire time. Chillum, didn't you say something to that effect? Copium, lazy bum, cute corpse. Keeping a suspect close. I think your joke might have actually been on the mark then, Chin and Chum. Was it actually? The health bar
真正
went
的凶
away.
手是小娥。
小娥，
别开玩笑啦，沈大哥。
可是先生，小娥不是一直跟你在一起查案吗？她怎么可能杀人呢？
哎，这小成功看起来可不像是会杀人的样子啊！莫非他是被什么东西？
沈先生，我想没人会相信小娥是凶手。你刚才冤枉了小妹一次，这次不会又弄错了吧？
二位先生，人命关天的事，还是慎重些好。
众，我们已经在迷雾中徘徊很久了。现在，真相即将拨云见日。你有办法打破质疑，证明小娥是凶手吗？
I mean, we have the
记忆中
timing. If the timing
某
has
处有
been
关
messed
小娥的
with,
不起眼细节，
and the last
与
murder is
人
actually
物
the
之间
first.
存在矛盾。以本物之相，即本事之相。四地安顿于各处所。
我身上也有牌，是5万，就在吴老爷之后。
So, she does have a card. She has given herself a card.
而且殷夫人身量轻，不费什么力气。
Barely weighs anything, it was effortless. It was a two-man lift. Effortless to do a murder.
沈大哥，这堆碎玻璃里好像有张纸啊。
Inside the broken glass. She did point it out there.
我小时候上过几年私塾，后来发生家变，阿爸欠了很多债，就辍学
Daddy
了。
owed a lot of debt. That could be the motive. We have a bunch of some rich heirs on this ship. Some carrying jewels, some carrying priceless hairpins.
殷夫人的头发怎么变长了？你操作好之后，车钟就不响了，船的速度也调整好了。
And the bell will stop ringing. Have I not been saying that the bell was ringing for a good long while at 9:30 when somebody was already dead? So maybe the statements I'm looking for is the debt to put in a motive? Or the bell stop ringing? To either account for how long it was ringing the last time we saw Ling alive. I don't know. Let's go with the motive. What to compare that to? Maybe this is where the steam valve comes in after all then. The valve is fully open, pointer indicates maximum value. Steamed, maybe? Steamed up? To affect the time of death? I want to use a steam valve, because we haven't used it yet. And the music stopped, so it must have been the right
凡有接
answer.
触必留痕迹。任何杀人计划都不可能做到完全天衣无缝。这个蒸汽阀便是小娥留下的破绽之一。
区一个蒸汽阀能说明什么？
小娥曾告诉我，
沈大哥，这个是车钟，用来调整船速的。你操作好之后，车钟就不响了，船的速度也调整好了。
但据我观察罗船长的操作，想要改变船速，得调整蒸汽机上的气阀才行。
先生说的对，车钟只是一种通讯装置，不能改变船速。
Did not know that because L wasn't trained up on it.
因为这个蒸汽阀自始至终没有被调整过，一直处于全开的状态。
254 drop frames. Are you behind a couple of minutes, Jill and Chum? Because I did mention you like 5 minutes ago in relation to, oh my goodness, is this the actual killer? Who knows? Maybe then.
最近一次加速，老夫还以为是沈先生调整的。
沈先生不愧是刘过阳的，这么复杂的蒸汽轮机也能操作得当。
所以，罗船长谬赞了我一句。但事实上，当时在小娥的指导下，我只操作了车中。这个蒸汽法一直维持着老林遇害前的状态。
先生。
So we've been going the same speed the entire time. No wonder we hit the dolphin
没
then.
明白，这件事和案子的关系是
死亡时间。
如果把蒸汽阀的情况和这个证据结合起来，就能推出老林真正的死亡时
Okay,
间。
steam valve with what for his true time of death? $850 full speed. So, at 850 he was still alive. 930 slowly advance. I kept saying. The bell just kept on ringing at 930, so by 930 he was already dead. Finally get to prove it.
据航行日志记载，进入龙王庙水域前，轮船处于全速前进的状态。此后，驾驶室在21:30发出过减速指令。由于航行日志上没有做特别的记载，我推测21:30的车中指令及时得到了响应，对吧？
的确是这样。
但事实上，蒸汽机的
Ship made a boy for sure? No, it turns out she's a girl, Chilin Chung.
也就是说，轮机是在接到了减速指令后，只响应了车中，却没有调整蒸汽阀。难怪
Swedish guy, thank you very much for the raid. Let me toss you a shout out or two. Playing Control. Of course he had Control. I don't have a joke for that. That's like the end of the punchline. But welcome. Thank you again, Swedish guy. And the porpoise.
啊，船长，就连您也没发现船速不正常。
老夫虽感觉船轮转速偏快，但当时天黑雾大，不容易判断船速。
Shipmaster has to trust his instincts more.
罗船长，之前曾有过老林忘记调整蒸汽阀的情形吗？
从未有过。
很好，这几乎可以说明，在21:30时，老林已经遭遇不测了。
To control the situation.
当然没法工作了。
Control sounds familiar, but I don't think I quite know that one. Is that the one with like powers in some kind of facility?
这和我有什么关系？
我有职业习惯，不管发生了什么，都会看一下时间。老林来餐厅招呼小娥你到轮机室帮忙，
That's for her help in the engine room. A 10-minute span where she'd be dead.
到的21:30，车钟声响起。
换句话说，凶手是在你进入轮机室后的10分钟时间里将老林杀害。
Sounds right. Excellent.
杀害老林后，车钟响了，凶手关掉了铃声，但没有调整蒸汽轮机。
原本小娥是招来轮机室的帮工，她倒好，蒸汽机一点不让碰。
而小娥你只会操作车钟，从未接触过蒸汽轮机。
She had no idea she was only ever doing half the job.
这真的只是巧合而已。
Finnish studio. That's pretty cool. There's a few cool games going on fiddle in that scene.
所有拿到马吊牌的人，都曾在这个餐厅里待过。而小娥，你作为餐厅小工，能自然地靠近每个人，并在大家身上
Okay,
留
so
下
the
牌。
cards were left way early on, and it's only after the drunkhead died that she
你
had to
正好
get
站
the
在无
last
线上
one.
的旁边，你的身后正好有一个插座口，这也是巧合。
So it turns out all the heirs are completely innocent after all.
停电不仅方便他拿走桌上的马吊牌9换，更可以制造混乱，分散船长的注意力，减少车中被使用的可能。
只要老林的尸体晚于殷夫人被发现，他的计划就成功了一半。
接下来，只需找机会偷走发簪，就可以营造出老林在殷夫人之后被杀的假象。
而那段时间，他一直和仲在一起查案，拥有完美的不在场证明。
因此，小娥才是本案真正的凶手。
Could I still peg the brother as a co-conspirator? Because I've been banking on that this entire chapter, and it's just slipped out of my fingers. Tail end of the case? I'm afraid so, Swedish guy. Got here right at the end.
沈大哥，能否让小娥说两句？
Exactly, Chill and Chum. That's what I went back and referred to you for, that we were keeping not just a suspect, but the true killer with us the entire time. Sorry for the spoilers, Swedish guy and Raiders.
这几天在船上相处的时间虽然不长，但我对沈大哥是很钦佩的。你和贝先生的分析，小娥无从反驳。
你的意思是，我们的主张与事实相符，对吗？
She must have been so happy to see that we're so close to pinning this crime on so many other people.
小娥，
小娥，你是要认罪吗？
对不起，船长，小娥不认罪。
As is her right, but apparently she did it.
和你一起查案的过程，让小娥学到了很多。你总说没有天衣无缝的犯罪，但事实上，推理也不可能做到天衣无缝，因为你没办法保证自己得到的线索是完全的、真实的。就像引珠姑娘经历的那样，当新的线索出现，就可能产生新的逻辑。
And therefore, can never be 100% sure that it was her, and so we have to let her go.
无法确保不会有新的意外出现。即便我们把老林的遇害时间缩到了10分钟区间内，还是没办法完全确定。
And it turns out that L is a double red herring, and it is the first mate brother all along.
必须要默认对嫌疑人做无罪推定的原因，也是犯罪侦查学和法医学进步的源泉。要知道，侦探存在的意义不是抓住凶手，而是找出真相。
我明白了。
既然小娥曾和你一起查案，她全程都在你的视线中，
The
这
whole
多少
time, though?
会对她的行为产生影响。
考虑到小娥全程都和我在一起，这件事也许能证明她是凶手。
An event that proves, absolutely proves she was a murderer. Takes 2 bars of help if I get it wrong. Okay. What would prove she was a murderer? Death of tea merchant, missing escort case. There is a missing escort case. I think it's the lack of defensive wounds. That when Ling was killed, apparently he was killed by somebody he trusted. And that's why, unlike with the first one, she put her arm up to defend herself and got a cut. You know, there's signs of a struggle, whereas this guy did not expect it at all. No! Come on! It's the lack of defensive wounds. He wasn't expecting to be murdered by this person. He welcomed his surrogate daughter in and got killed for it.
考虑到小娥全程都和我在一起。
Okay, okay. Given that she was with me the entire time, Choked to death of inebriation 4 to 6 hours ago. Partially soaked in wine. the 8 of characters. So the 8 and the 7 were already dropped. We've established that because these two were meant to be the initial victims. And this guy was a whoopsie. So go back, retrieve the card, whatever. Wait a minute, she was with us the entire time, right? No, this was by the body. I was mistaken for a second. I was gonna say maybe this one was found on the top of the ship and not the body, but no, that was at the body. That's right, it was at the body. The body that fell down from the top of the ship because we hit the dolphin, jostled the ship, and he fell over. So if this would have been found on a victim, it would have been where he died, not on the floor where he fell. Sleight of hand, Chum, involves all these cards getting to all of our pockets in the first place. But this should have been where the guy died, not where he was found then. Because the body moved. No! But that was such good reasoning! I thought that was it. That if she didn't know the body was up there, then she could have put the card with the body. But because there was a new body and the body moved, then she could only put it down when we found the body, which she could only have done when we found it together. Doubting life. Not just arrested, not just a culprit got away, but changed his life trajectory because he failed so bad. So what is it? What absolutely proves that despite being with me the entire time, that she's a murderer? Was with me the entire time, but is also the murderer. Old Ling's body shows a 7 that was dropped beforehand. This one's clearly not it. Time of death between 4 to 6 hours. Choked to death at inebriation. Homicide yet to be ruled out. Anything on you? It says due to post-mortem fall. But it's a very bloody bruise, so I'm certain that that head injury was prior to death, or prior to him actually dying, or led to his death, hence why it's such a bloody bruise. Signs of vomiting, rigor mortis, diffuse liver mortis beginning to merge, found near the deceased. Is it going to be the case that this is the right answer, that it was found next to his body and not where he died? But what I need to start off with is the autopsy report that says that the card was found next to his corpse. Which would have meant that this is the right answer. And these are both very close evidence because it's a card and it mentions where the card was found. This also says it was found next to his body. So 2 evidences. It says a card was found next to his body, but only one works and the other doesn't. Is that it? No. Okay. I can't be too upset then. That means they were both wrong, so I could be happy.
Can't
be the steam valve again. Cards were seen in newspaper clippings. Peculiar missing escort case once took place. Missing escort case again. What if she's a pirate? And she was intending to murder all of us to get to the wealth of the heirs and everything else on the ship. And she's done this once before with the missing escort in the past. But how would that prove that she is a murderer? Magician Julia is the surviving sister, it turns out. That's why the sister has the playing cards. And that's why it was thought that maybe that was a motive, that her identity as a magician was discovered. And because that is being immoral and improper in public, she was at risk of losing her inheritance that she was going to use to pull the magic troupe out of their financial crisis. It's not the hairpin. I'm starting to think in Ace Attorney terms of, okay, the case has progressed enough that we can't figure it out. What evidence have we not used yet? What evidence have we not used yet? Just the cards themselves now, right? Seven of characters and the 8 of characters to establish that you came after you. And then you got the 9 to make you seem like the first victim. Of Elle being Julia, absolutely not. In fact, the sister has even confessed to it fully and even has a boyfriend in the troupe and professed that the magic is her passion, that she loves the audience, she loves her friends. So there is no chance that Elle is Julia. Which number is Elle? I'm not quite sure, I've forgotten. It hasn't shown up on my evidence list. Was Elle with me when I opened the suitcase? Because there were times when I was investigating with Elle, and times when I was investigating with Joseph. Maybe she couldn't have swapped the 8 for the 9. And that's what's suspicious.
周，这一件，
谢谢约。考虑到小娥全程都和我在一起，这件事。
Is it the 7 then? Ling 7? Does that prove that she was a murderer because we found the body together?
周，
No.
这件证据孔
No, it
考虑
doesn't.
到现在的局，
We gotta be more
谢谢约
cautious,
瑟。
except I'm running out of evidences.
你的脸色。
考虑到小娥全程都。
Oh, I could have done a Stranger Thing joke and say that Elle's number was 11. This event, it says, may prove she was a murderer. Maybe it is the missing escort case then. Maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way. That instead of find the evidence that proves that she was able to manipulate stuff despite being by my side the entire time, we connect her to an event that shows it would have been a good pun, Chudden Shum, if we weren't on a river. 5 points only. Now that was alright. Tie her to this missing escort case then? Plus it says event, so it's less a thing. Less a condition, more a whole thing that happened. Bar's still there, Bar's still there. if I want to tie it to the missing escort case, I've got 2 newspapers. And that could be why I've got 2 newspapers, because it's like with the whole Julia thing. I want to prove that these cards were hers because she is that magical Julia. And instead of using the newspaper clippings that show her holding the card with that design not once but twice, and even mentions the magic troop, had to be this newspaper specifically, maybe it's the opposite. That because this newspaper was used to prove the connection to the magical troop, the one with Julia twice and the cards twice also mentions the missing escort case, and thus has to be the evidence for this one. No! What have I got then? What else have I got?
谢谢约瑟。考虑到小娥全程都和我在一起，这件事。
I'm running out of ammo. I've used both the cards. I've used the autopsies of him and him. I've used this card too. I've used the hairpiece. I've used both newspapers. This event may prove she was a murderer. 10:10, power outage occurred. 10:20, power restored. The power restored was by me. 9:30, slowly advanced. I've already used this piece of evidence. Do I merely have to show what we already know, that at 8:50, the ship proceeded to full speed. At 9:30, should have slowly advanced, but the guy was already dead. Because we've covered that already. It can't be this again. It can't be this a second time. And it's not that a second time.
谢谢约。明明就
John, wake up, John. Reload, John.
考虑到小娥全程都和我在一起。
Event that proves she's the murderer. Fatal wound, sharp instrument piercing the heart, wax bowl covering the wound, no blood on the column, lacerations, defensive wound, 3 parallel bloodstains on the ground, unnaturally inclined position, residual warmth on the body, no livor mortis, unique hairpin, round piece of glass found on the body. I haven't used this autopsy report yet, have I?
Joe.
I think that means I've used all the autopsy reports then. I'm running out of stuff. Did I use this yet?
Joe.
No.
谢谢约。
Is it gonna be the playing cards?
Joe. 这件证。
Why don't I just leave the rest to him?
考虑到小娥全程。
It can't be this.
Joe. 考虑到现在的局面。
谢谢约。考虑到小娥全程。
It can't be the coin.
Joe.
谢。
The instant John to
考虑
prove.
到小娥全程。
I'm pretty sure I used Ling's autopsy report initially to prove that... To intend to prove that he was stabbed by someone he trusted. Pretty sure I used both of these, right? I've also used this just now. Not just now, but you know.
Zhou, 考虑到，
谢谢。
Zhou，你的脸。
Have I not used every evidence? Have I not used every evidence by now?
考虑到小娥全程都和我在一起，这件事
I
也许
can't
能证明
not
他是凶
present
手。
evidence. I have to proceed. And I can only use evidence.
Zhou，
考虑到小娥全程，
Zhou.
考虑到小娥，
Zhou，
考虑到小娥全程，
Zhou，
考虑到小娥全，
Zhou，
考虑到小娥全程，小娥，如果我没猜错的话，殷夫人丢失的发簪，应该还在你身上。
Did I not click that? I clicked on everything but that? Also, who's to say she didn't throw it into the sea to get rid of the evidence? That is the flimsiest of the options here.
在调查
Okay,
过
let's
程中
continue.
你一直和我在一起，而那只发簪又是我们关注的焦点。我不觉得你有机会处理它。
If at any point she went down and grabbed the hairpiece, she could have disposed of it at the exact same time because we weren't down there when she stole the hairpin. When the hairpin is gone, is the exact same time that she could dispose of it.
罗船长，我想拜托尹州姑娘，帮助检查一下小娥的衣兜。此乃无奈之举，是否执行，还请您来定夺。
Anytime that we were distracted by talking to someone or by examining something, looking at a corpse, fiddling with the lever thing, or all time she could have turned around and tossed it elsewhere.
人命关
This one,
天。
this whole line right here is less tangible than the fog.
啊，小娥，你
I mean, she's
你
got
们在
it,
找的那根
but
发簪，的确在我身上。我之所以留着它，是为了这一刻。
救命！别杀我！别杀我！
and we won't find out until 6 chapters in that she's secretly an assassin hired by Joseph, and so Joseph is a true
控
mastermind.
制住了。
多亏小妹救了你。
尹珠，你不是被绑着吗？
She's a magician. You
这
think
种
those
玩
ropes
法
can
在逃
hold
生
her?
魔术中很常见，困不住我。
好，魔术好啊！
And it said this
好险好
event.
险！刚才就差那么一丁点。
I mean, technically, the disappearance of the hairpin counts as an event. Maybe it's a wording issue. I don't know. I'm not very satisfied.
就差那么一点，一切就能结束了。
小娥，冤有头债有主，这些人和你是有什么仇怨吗？
能有什么仇怨啊？这小川宫就是被附了身。
吴德满， 你还记得长江镖局的神刀镖头赵成义吗？我一直以为阿爸和那些叔叔是因为龙王庙风高浪急，掀翻了镖船才死的。直到
快把他的嘴堵上！
为什么？大哥就不好奇他杀你的原因吗？
小娥，你继续说。
直到我亲耳听见他们说，
不是说拿了钱就带着你妻儿走远吗？要回江南来做什么呀？还有，胡良心怎么也来这当大副了？他该不会知道什么吧？
老爷，夫人放心，遇到二位和遇到良心少爷一样，都只是意外。我遭了报应，妻儿病死，自己也是油尽灯枯。事到如今，已不想跟内侍再有半分瓜葛，也什么都不会说。
Did this branch of the Wu's pay to
记
have
住
that
你
ship
说的
disappear?
把话烂在肚子里，一个字也不能往外蹦。
一柔啊，我还是觉得这事太巧了，心里很不安呢。你那时找的江道，信得过
Pirates
吗？
hired back
他
then.
们对长江镖局积怨已久，我们谋财，他们害命，信得住。而且那些江道要么死了，要么被官府抓了，早没了踪迹。
那会不会是哪里出了纰漏？
Careless slip up, like talking about this conspiracy with the door open a smidge.
趁人婚礼绑
A
架丝
smidge.
头，埋进江底撒坑，
That almost sounded
不
bad.
可能有纰漏。
啊，这么看来真是巧合啊！哎呦，阿弥陀佛，那就好，那就好。
你们监守自盗，背着吴家老爷偷自家的镖，还散播谣言说是镖师见财起意，带了钱财远走高飞。可怜长江镖局的镖师们，一生行侠仗义，清清白白，却被背叛、被杀害、被污蔑，至今背着污名埋在江底。
To include her
我
family.
想替他们讨回公道。
唉，镖局在时，这一带十分太平，他们蒙冤离世，江道才开始猖獗，真是辜负了侠肝义胆，一片赤诚啊！
镖师信誉大过性命，有债必还清。镖局所有家眷都甘愿倾尽所有，一根针、一粒米不留，就为能早日还上吴家的债，保住长江镖局的信誉。可惜我娘见不到今天这一幕，她直到病逝前还在卖艺还债。这簪子是我娘的陪嫁，原是一对，抄家的时候被阴柔夺走了一只，
So not
另一
just
只
had her
我娘
family
私
and her whole
藏了，
company killed, but stole their shit too.
说是为了留给我傍身。这几天在船上
So
的
how's
时
the
候
law at this time of place
心
going
中
to look
一
at
直带
this?
着
Will they
发
look
簪。
kindly on
我
this
3岁，
vengeance
无
act?
时无刻不在我眼前摇曳。
Or is murder going to be murder?
听到他们3人的对话后，叫我再怎么忍受？
德满兄，小娥所说，可都属实。
不关我的事啊，都是一柔出的主意。
That you went
不
along with.
关你的事。
Hey, his voice is
被
fixed.
盗走的银镖，难道你没拿吗？
我只是想弄点钱还债罢了。
We did find a note talking about his very big
没想到他
debts.
出手那么狠啊！我也不想那样的事发生的呀。我是宋金，是诚心为逝者祈福啊！
既然如此诚心，我这里有笔墨，请德满兄将整件事的来龙去脉写下来，签字画押。
哎，没这个必要吧？
It is very nice.
那就把小娥解绑吧。 这个大哥我不要了。
我良心，你这个没良心的，你这是想害死你大哥！
反正事情只关你和小娥，不如让你们自己决断。签字画押还是自行决断？快点决定。
我写。
And then after all this, everyone's gonna say it's just a freak accident. Nobody knows what happened. No one saw anything.
现在真相大白了，大家打算怎么处置小娥啊？我想说，是他们犯错在先，小娥复仇也是情有可原。
但是，小娥到底是背了2条人命，若不送官，
小娥杀了人，自知后果。阴柔和林殊已死。
Okay, so the drunk really was coincidental.
我没遗憾了，该送官送官，该用刑用刑，大家不必为难。
小娥，你确定要这样吗？
Saying
考虑
that
到
as
复
if
仇
we can
行
let her
为所
free.
针对的不法侵害早已结束，你的复仇会被界定为谋杀。
贸然送官的话，小娥岂不就没命了？
一人做事一人当，我不后悔。
贝先生，难道就没有其他办法了吗？
刑法必须由官府来执行，唯有这样，才能打破杀戮和复仇的循环链条。周，你怎么看？
What about exile? Exile's an option too, right? We learned the first couple of chapters. Uphold primitive justice. Advocate self-defense. Quote the Great Qing Code. Let's see. Before I commit to that, do I have excerpts of that code on me? Detective fiction is a no. False accusation. Abolition of the system. Nothing in here. How about knowledge? Any no, that's just for like forensic stuff. And other things. What do we mean by primitive justice? What's the Great Qing Code say?
约瑟，我想事情还有回旋的余地。大清的律法与你熟悉的法规有所不同。大清律例之刑律规定，若祖父母、父母为人所杀，而子孙不告官，少持杀害行凶者，以擅杀论罪；擅杀行凶人者，杖60。
Beaten by a staff 60 times.
护恶不圈，死者子孙愤激难堪，因而起义复仇，于本律上再减一等。
Further
先生是说
So she's gonna face at most 60 beatings with sticks.
小娥姑娘若不嫌弃，在下愿担任讼师，代为向官府陈情。
Absolving her of her crime, so she pays the consequences and giving her a kink for life. And another case in the box.
这一晚真是跌宕起伏，曲折离奇，大起大落呀！看你明察秋毫，见微知著，刮目相看。
约瑟，学习成语，不能急于求成。
周，何出此言，令我黯然神伤。
Because real people don't speak in idioms exclusively.
那你能评价一下我的成语水平吗？
可谓是惊天地，泣鬼神。
意料之中，心心相印。
And go to the dining room. Who else to say goodbye to? The first mate that I was sussing from the beginning and all throughout the entire case.
此番过后，
I'm sorry you weren't the real murderer and not even a co-conspirator.
沈先生不说，我都没注意这事。 所以说啊，善恶终有报。
I'm sure he's happy.
大哥是
He and his sister get to have a bigger
是于小妹
inheritance.
了。他若需要钱，我作为哥哥不会坐视不管。
Oh no, the sisters. I guess the secret of her true career gets out then, if he becomes a sole beneficiary and simply helps out his sister.
阿福，你一直跟着我，有
Because
什么
we're
事吗？
boyfriends now. We're dating.
先生，我的舌头已经好了。
Yeah, his tongue's okay, and now he's gonna put it to so much use.
那太好了。这几天要清淡饮食，少说话，多让舌头休息。
先生真厉害，那么难的案子都被你破解了。
其实，要不是小娥复仇心切，此案未必。
但最后结果是好的。那些证物和证言，像一颗颗散落的鱼丸，被先生巧妙地串在了一起，变成了鲜美的鱼
Taboo
丸
speak
串
it。in food. My language of romance.
阿福，你不妨直说。
我想说，
Come on, out with
先
it.
生所做的事十分之有意义。如果当年的尸标案能有人查明真相，就能避免今天的悲剧发生了。所以，我想给先生当助手。
你晕血，
It's pronounced boyfriend Afu. We'll work on that.
命案现场少不了有血迹。
这个问题我早就想好了。
If he can't see it, it won't bother him.
这是你的新发明？
这是我查案专用的滤光镜，我都试好了，只要带着它就不会晕血。
还真是用心了。
先生同意了，我等会儿就去收拾行李。我懂得治学，还擅长研究机械。
A true
将
man
来
is
一定可以
unable to
帮
say
上忙
no to a bottomless eager.
先生，尹珠姐好像在前面等你。
这事能水落石出，多亏有沈先生在。
这次能接近真相，实属侥幸。
沈先生，
You're
老
luck
夫
with
还
a lot
有
of
一事想
reloads.
请你帮忙。
罗船长，请说。
阿福来找我，说他要同你去破案。
So take care of him, don't break his heart, give him
就
plenty
一
of
直留在
pastries.
他爷爷造的这艘船上，闭门不出，潜心发明。如今他愿意走下船去，我心里为他高兴。但这孩子心性单纯，我总放心不下。
Don't break his
今后
heart.
还请沈
Keep him
先生
safe,
多
of
费心。
course.
罗船长放心，我会替你照顾好阿
Things
福。
father figures have to tell the new boyfriends. So I think this means we have his blessing. As for you, sorry that you weren't actually the
这
killer.
件事也许你应该知道。
尹珠姑娘，请讲。
小娥说，曾见到灵叔和我单独说话，确有其事。
林叔和尹珠姐说了什么呀？
小娥的生辰快到了，灵叔准备了套黄色袄裙，想
Oh
要送
yeah,
给
that skirt he was working
裙
on.
子上的鹅是他自己绣的，他担心不像鹅，倒像鸭子。
They did look
找
like
我帮忙
ducks.
瞧瞧。
Everyone thought they looked
林
like
叔是真心
ducks.
待小娥好，他们两个就像父女，却变成这样了。
That's why I could have used the autopsy report to prove it was her, because he had no defensive wounds, he was completely unguarded, and practically permitted her to stab him in the heart. That was my in.
小娥刺杀老林的位置就在传声筒附近，可老林既没有反抗，也没有呼救。他临终前的心情，
Which is why I should have used that evidence and have it work.
你怎么不把这件事告诉小娥啊？
Yeah, break her
说
heart
不定
further.
能化解小娥心中的隔阂。
未经他人苦，莫劝他人善。
尹珠姑娘，我赞同你的选择。有一些恩怨是没办法化解的。
对了，尹珠姐，有个问题我一直想不通，当时为什么你宁可冒风险，也要去收那副扑克牌啊？别人不知道，但我知道，你是真的不在意遗产继承的事。
可能我被那个场面吓糊涂了吧。
其实， 在调查扑克牌的时候，我曾注意到另一处蹊跷，那才是影珠真正想守护的秘密吧。
Dig deeper or let things be. How could I not dig deeper? The peculiarities of the deck of cards. I see 2 aces, an 8, a 4. The ace is a 3. You got a trick deck.
听说莫雨琪的成名作《心有灵犀》就是用扑克牌表演的，而这套牌中有部分牌的牌点数量与脚上的数字对不上，定是这样。阿福，我想相比名声和遗产，影珠姑娘真正在意的是如何守住魔术的秘密。
要怎么诠释这件事，是沈先生的自由。之后如果来上海，欢迎来看我们的演出。
一定。
Well, we gotta. This is 2 years later in the present. Because we're heading down to Shanghai eventually, that's where Joseph is. And Joseph is really, really sus to me. Just like the first mate was, who turned out to be innocent. But he's literally got J. Iscariot in his name. He's gonna be our Judas. He had connections to what? His chemist father that my brother was working with before his murder. He did a lot of the investigation and then decided nothing was wrong, just a suicide. And then ships out to Shanghai to do work there. I think it's very, very clear that Joseph is either deeply involved in my brother's murder directly.
先生，雾散了，太阳升起来了。
I didn't talk to Afu one last time. Was this just for scenery, or is this the chapter transition scenery? Oh, it's a chapter transition. We got whatever this is that I cannot read. That's 2 things now that advanced before I could look at them or talk to them.
所以，最后小娥减刑成功了。
Nope, she's dead.
那是自然，我家先生向来说到做到。
对他来说，也算是找回公道了。不过，我总觉得还有哪里不对。
温小姐说说看。
时间，按说，小娥是在听到吴德满和殷夫人的对话后起意杀人的。可是，真有人能在这么短的时间内想出如此周密的计划吗？如果他在很早之前就开始谋划了，又如何确保吴家人都会上船呢？
Maybe just really sharp coincidence.
连这一点都察觉到了。
先生，这个案子还有隐情吗？
She's a clever cookie.
的确有人从此事获益颇多，只可惜这件事小娥决定自己承担。
It's gonna turn out that one crackpot theory, that it turns out that Joseph did somehow commission this arrangement. The set of murders was true after all.
那个人难道是？
先生，可心姐，我们到扬州了。
Which we won't be able to enjoy before tomorrow since that case took a good 5 hours almost. The first 2 chapters spoiled me and made me think we could fit 2 chapters a day, but 1 chapter per day seems to be about standard. But new town, new case, new chapter. Which means that this has to finish loading.
终于有机会试试这个。
Okay, alright. So I'll give it a save, and whatever it is that the cute, eager boyfriend wants to try out, we'll have to save for tomorrow. Which means that has to be it for today, so let me see who we have available to raid today. Oh yeah, Punchy's on today. Let's Punchy play it. Whatever it is, let's go partake in a Punchy raid. And I'll see you guys the next time. Right now, for my apartment stuff, everything is good and done on my end, so just waiting for things to go through, which means I still got time to stream. So tomorrow we'll get back onto this, into the present day, maybe. We'll see how quick this case goes to give us more flashbacks to London. Otherwise, it's been promising at least a new mechanic or a new twist each chapter, so it doesn't rest on its laurels. So pretty excited to see what's next. For now, stick around for the raid, say hi to Punchy, and I will see you folks next time. Take care of yourselves.